Hi, y'all, and welcome to an all-day live stream. We are doing gavel-to-gavel coverage. I'm going to turn that off because we're about to start trial. We are doing gavel-to-gavel coverage on day 6 of Donna Adelson's trial, one of the most anticipated days of the entire trial because we are expecting to hear from Charlie Adelson, Donna's son. He's already been convicted of the murder of Dan Markel. He's spending life in prison. He's been shipped off to South Dakota because of fears of gang violence against him. Now he's back in Florida and he is supposed to testify against his mother on behalf of the state. We are waiting with bated breath to know what exactly he is going to say. It's going to be a huge day. We are still on the stand and no cross yet on the witness, Detective Sanford of the FBI, who has been testifying about the bump and all of the wiretaps and the information they got behind the scenes when they got permission to tap the phones of all of the people they believed were co-conspirators. We are about to hear we have heard all of that, and we are about to hear the cross-examination on that. There's still, I think, maybe a little bit to go on his direct. And then we think Charlie may be one of the very next witnesses. So it is going to be an unbelievably exciting day. It is going to be one of the biggest days of the entire trial. Charlie's testimony has the possibility of blowing up absolutely everything Donna's team has laid in terms of groundwork and in terms of what exactly her defense will be. Her defense has been so far, I'm over here, I'm Team Dan Markel, and all of those other people did whatever they did. She more or less, at least in opening statements, threw her son Charlie under the bus. Repeatedly during the trial, she has thrown her daughter Wendy under the bus. What is going to happen when Charlie comes to trial? He and his mother were very, very close. Is it possible? Is it even conceivable that her lawyers will throw Charlie under the bus? Hard to imagine, and yet we saw hints of that in opening statements. So it is a huge day. All right, I want to go over and check and make sure we're not missing anything in the court.
Or turn them off. Also, no cell phones are to be aimed at any of our witnesses or jurors. Please, as well, while we are exchanging witnesses, if you walk out, please remain outside the door until the testimony or we are changing witnesses. Also, as well, while the testimony is occurring, there's not to be any head shaking and gesturing, anything that would indicate that you are either agreeing or disagreeing with what is taking place. Again, there cannot be any improper influence on the jurors as they are watching and listening to the evidence. Any questions? We're going to have a brief break this morning before we get started, or I should say, before we actually get started. There's going to be about 30 minutes. If you need to stretch your legs, use the phone, get you water, things of that nature, please do it now. You can tell the jurors as well it'll be about 30 minutes.
Okay, so they're giving us a 30-minute break, so nothing going to happen for a while to come. And we can go ahead and catch up. All the judge has done so far is tell everybody, hey, we're going to have a 30-minute break. No outbursts in the courtroom. I absolutely can't have any of that. We can't bias the jury, just sort of the usual statements. And also no cell phones. Don't let your cell phone ring. Be sure to turn it off. So that's the start of the day. We don't really know why this 30-minute break. We do know that yesterday the defense raised, yesterday the defense raised issues around the question of whether or not the prosecution had failed to produce several documents or pieces of information that now they want to use. So they were going to go back. They were going to look at that. There were going to be arguments about that. I don't think we'll be shut out of that. So I imagine if they're going to have arguments that we're going to hear about it. So I hope y'all are as excited as I am about this, hoping Georgia Cappleman gets him on the stand, says Aaron. I think it's going to happen. I think Charlie is going to testify. I'll go ahead and make it, I'll go ahead and be full screen with y'all while we wait for that. The court is over here, the court feed, so we'll know when it goes live. So, but you can always tell me too in the chat. That's always helpful as well. Well, I'm just so excited about today. Yesterday was wild and crazy. Although if you couldn't understand and hear, I think it would have been pretty boring. But when you actually delve into what is being said in the phone recordings that were made, wow, mind blown, because the Charlie Adelson, he has obviously bright enough guy to get all the way through dental school and special training for periodontist. He's not a dummy. And he nailed it. He knew exactly what was going on. He said over and over, this is the government, and they're just trying to stir the bottom of the soup pot and get all this stuff to come up from the bottom. That was one analogy. He said they're trying to throw a smoke bomb and get the roaches to come running out. Another analogy, well, all I know is they managed to find a lot of roaches and a lot of bits and pieces floating in that soup because Charlie just said way too much, despite the fact that he himself seemed to realize and understand exactly what was happening. Nonetheless, he just talked and talked and talked. And they obviously thought they were being really tricky with their code words and things like that. It doesn't really come out that way when we hear it, when we actually read that. But the question is, for this prosecution, will they be able to tie everything to Donna? Remember Charlie's crazy theory that he presented in his trial? I say crazy only in the sense that the jury didn't believe it and the prosecution said it made no sense. But he had a novel theory that there was a pre-extortion, if you will, that he had been subject to an extortion. To Katie, his girlfriend, came to him and said, look, some members of a gang actually murdered your ex-brother-in-law, Dan Markel. And now they want you to pay them. I mean, hey, they did you a favor. You didn't like him. And also, you're going to be nailed for this if you don't go ahead and pay up right away. So he paid money to Katie Magbanwa. That was what he said. It wasn't that he was paying for the murder. He was paying because he was being extorted and he was being threatened. He did say he told his mother about that. Now, in the middle of the bump, Donna's the one who gets the message, and she knows to go to Charlie. He explained that by saying, yeah, that's because I told my mother about the extortion. Once she found out about it, I told her what had happened. We will see whether he tells that same story today. If he doesn't, he could be subject to perjury charges. And so I think he will, but that doesn't exactly fit with Donna's theory. Donna's theory, of course, was that she is not involved at all. But I don't know that she has really staked out whether she would say she was involved when it came to specifically the initial part and the second part, dividing those two. She might just say, yeah, I wasn't involved in anything having to do with the murder, but yes, Charlie did tell me about the extortion against him. And so can all of those recordings we heard yesterday be explained through the lens of Donna just believing that Charlie had been subject to an extortion? Even if it wasn't true, even if the jury didn't buy Charlie's theory, could Donna have bought it? Could Donna have believed him? So we're going to be watching that unfold today. I'm also very curious what the defense will do with the witness and all of the phone recordings that we heard yesterday, many of which weren't Donna's, but they were part of the conspiracy and therefore they were admitted in this trial. So what will the defense do? We had a question yesterday. How do you cross this this witness? How do you cross him? Because these are actual recordings. You're hearing people's voices. And we talked about some of the ways that they may try to cross-examine him. But exactly what approach they take is going to be really telling for what Donna's defense is going to be. We're really going to see that get laid out. Are they going to stick to the idea that Donna knew nothing about murder? She only thought this was an extortion. And she thought it was an extortion coming back again, and that they wanted yet more money. And how did Donna get roped in anyway? And what about the fact that Wendi was specifically walled off by the family? Will Donna's team deal with that at all? Will the state deal with that in what's coming up? Absolutely fascinating. This is going to be a huge day. I'm so glad you're with me. I'm really looking forward to today. If you would, please hit the like button. That'll let you two know, yep, we're up, we're ready, we're going. And I would really appreciate that. Let's see. Aaron, I said, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that so much. CJS is asking about, will Agent Sanford be back to talk about the not dropped jail call and the airport arrest? You're absolutely right. CJS, we have not heard yet about the evidence of the airport arrest, and there's still that jail call. Will it come in evidence? I think the judge has ruled it in evidence. What happened was Donna called Charlie. He's in jail, so it's recorded. Donna believes that the phone is cut off. Charlie has gone and he's no longer on the line, and she thinks the whole line has gone dead and she's no longer connected. She is talking to Harvey and two friends, one of whom is an attorney, right there in the room. She says a lot of very damaging things, and that's not in evidence yet, but I feel positive we are about to hear that. But you're absolutely right. That's huge evidence against Donna still to come in. That evidence talked about her desire to leave the country and specifically to go to a non-extradition country. So not just anywhere in the world, not just a vacation, but a specific country that did not have a treaty with the US to send people back for prosecution. Very important. And the state says the reason she did that was because she knew she was guilty and she didn't want to be prosecuted. I guess that her defense is going to be, it wasn't that I knew I was guilty. It's that I knew I was going to be prosecuted or was afraid I was. And I didn't want to be prosecuted because I saw my son, Charlie, get unjustly convicted. And I didn't want that to happen to me. Now that might cut a little bit against her opening statement argument, which said Charlie was one of the 4 people involved in the murder. So does that mean at some point between that phone conversation and now she's come to believe that Charlie is guilty and she didn't believe that before? I don't know. This is dancing on the head of a pin for Donna's team. You have to understand that. This is so difficult for them to be able to make this sort of distinction and these arguments. This is not easy. It's going to be a very difficult dance for them. All right, so great question, CJS. And Neil Morrison, Bill Slim's fan club, is wondering what Charlie's plan for testifying is and who is he towing under the bus. Such a good question. I mean, I think that's part of the reason there's so much suspense about today and about Charlie taking the stand, because it's not really clear exactly what he'll do or how he'll handle things. Will he say something different about Wendy from what he said before? Would it do him any good? He can't contradict what he said last time without running a risk of perjury charges. So he may not want to do that. He also doesn't want to do anything to jeopardize his appeal. He's in a very precarious spot. So we will see exactly what happens. But of course, on the other hand, right now, he has almost nothing to lose. He's spending life in prison, and that's not going away unless his appeal is successful. And he himself said when he talked to his mother in those jail calls that he realized not very likely that he was going to be successful in that. And he's right. It's very, very rare in general, something like I think about 25%. But even if that happened, even if he was successful for that 25, he was in that 25%, what normally happens is that the person at best goes back for a new trial, sometimes just for something new on one issue. So it doesn't mean he walks free. It doesn't mean he gets out. It just means they get another chance, but having already testified and having already solidified what he plans to say, or he could not take the stand next time. That would certainly be a bold move. I don't know what would happen. It would be, these calls from the bump are so seriously damaging that I think it would be hard for him not to take the stand. They are less damaging for Donna, although she clearly understands she's talking in code with her son. I mean, they just taught that way the whole time. So I'm with you, Neil. I am really curious what's going to happen with Charlie today. Nancy was driving yesterday and listening to me laugh, reading the transcripts. Oh my gosh. When I cracked up, I did too. It's the best drive ever. That's great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I could not help it. Those transcripts. And when you read them out loud, you realize how ridiculous they are and how little is said in the course of an entire page or more. There are maybe 5 words that take the conversation anywhere different. And it was just crazy. And the ones between Katie and Charlie are solid gold, comedy gold. Those are absolutely nuts. The one where Katie gets mad, I couldn't even read because the entire thing was cuss words. That's all we had. And I was trying to keep those out. I'm glad you like that, Nancy. I'm glad I can make your drive a little easier. I hope you're going somewhere fun for vacation. Diane, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Well, let's go over and let's do some questions and let's talk about what's going to be happening today. If you would do this, if you would put your question marks at the beginning, it helps me spot them a little more easily. I see Luca has one at the end. Well, Luca has a good point. Luca says, well, Wendy sold out her family during her first police interrogation. So why should Charlie and Donna have clued her into the bump? I want to make a point too. I was thinking about this all evening because one of the things Wendy's attorney will argue if she's ever prosecuted is, look, they didn't include her in the bump. And I'll tell you why they didn't, the attorney will say. They didn't include her in the bump because she wasn't ever involved in the murder. So they knew what they had done and they didn't want her to find out about it. They never told her. And that's going to be a good, solid argument for them. But I got to thinking about it. And the reason they said they didn't want to include her was not, wow, she's going to be really mad if she finds out. This is going to shock her. This is going to stun her. It was, we don't want to upset her. And it seemed more like she would emotionally react to it than that she would be surprised by it. So I'm thinking that the prosecution would have that argument to go on. I've really been giving that some thought to, because, and I may do a video on that and take a look specifically at what they said about excluding her, because that's really important for the question of, will they prosecute Wendy? I have no question that they want to prosecute Wendy. I feel confident that the prosecutors handling this case, Sarah Dugan, Georgia Kappelman, want to prosecute Wendy. The question is, do they feel the evidence is solid enough that they can do that? And with each passing case, they're getting more and more and more and adding up these things. Now, she keeps testifying under immunity, but the case will bring out more facts. So each of these facts, I think, starts to build. I think they really want to do that. If they possibly can, I think they will go after Wendy. That's my opinion. All right. Thank you for your nice comments. I really appreciate it. Allison wants to know, will Charlie testify? Allison, I think he has to. He's going to have immunity under state statute because he's testifying under a subpoena from a state. That's considered to be coextensive with the Fifth Amendment, meaning equal to. So the Fifth Amendment protects you. You don't have to testify against yourself. And if the statute gives you use and derivative use immunity, you're protected. It's equal. So I think he will have to or face contempt charges. He could just say no. Yeah, he could do that. And then he could face contempt charges, or he could testify and try not to contradict what he said before because it would lead to perjury. This is my guess. Charlie is a talker. If we learned nothing else yesterday, we are fully on board with the Charlie is a talker belief. And I just think he's not going to see it as a bad thing. I think he's going to be like, I can completely handle this, because that's how he felt last time when he testified. He clearly felt totally ready and able to handle it. So I think he'll testify. I don't even think he'll give it a lot of deep thought. I think he's going to be like, absolutely, I can totally handle that. My opinion. Well, but that is based in part on what we read yesterday, because reading through those, I just thought, wow, this guy really feels confident, and he just over and over will say the same thing. So I think that's what we're going to find. Oh, thank you so much, Bleeding Green in Texas. This is my very first live trial coverage. I was so nervous before we got started. I'm a little less nervous at the end of the first full week, but it is a lot. It is a whole lot. When I start my recap at the end of the day, I'm wondering, am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to put together thoughts? Or is it just, am I too tired? And so I worry about that each day. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Mildred in the house. Mildred has been in the house with us for the whole trial. By the end of those transcripts, Katie was my hero. We did find, that's all right. I'm making a note over here. Yes, Katie finally said in one of the phone calls exactly what we have been thinking. She said, Charlie, what are you saying? You're just saying the same thing over and over again, and you're not making any sense. Oh my gosh, it was just classic. It was literally the thoughts in my head spoken aloud and recorded by Katie McBanwell. Like, yep, that's what we were all thinking. What are you saying, Charlie? And she said something like, you use these analogies and I never know what you're talking about. And it was so true. It was always very confusing. So if nothing else, watching Charlie on the stand will be wildly unexpected. We will never know exactly what will be said. But I think he's plenty confident enough to just go ahead and do it. Okay. Jay Tanner is enjoying the coverage. That's awesome. The calls were comedy gold, weren't they? They were just, when the judge told the audience, don't know, no expressions. I wondered if anyone had laughed at some of this stuff, or I wonder if they were, I wonder just what the expression was that he was trying to prevent. And by the way, the judge absolutely has a responsibility to keep people in the gallery there from influencing the jury. They can't be making gestures and things that would be recorded in the memories of the jury and give them a way of looking at it. But anyway, I did wonder what that was about, because some of these were just something wild. Oh, thank you, Breeze Coyote. So let me, it wants to show some love for Miss Lawyer Lee. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Breeze Coyote has been with us for the trial as well. She works long and tough. Well, that is true. A lot of new calls we are hearing now, which leads me to believe Wendy's trial will be more. We have heard a lot of phone calls here that were really, some of them really damning. One of the things I've been really impressed by is the way the state has put this together, I think, more coherently than at any of the other trials. The only trial I watched gavel to gavel was Charlie's, but I've seen parts of Katie's. And the way they put this together, including with graphic information for the jury, so they would put it up on a screen and show them, and the way they've organized it, way better. I just think they really are getting their act together. With each trial, they're getting stronger. That's an advantage for the prosecution, right? Because they are trying the same case, similar case over and over again, whereas this will be the first time for Donna's lawyers. So thank you, Breeze Coyote. All right, Sherry Sykes. And she is thinking that they aren't yet proving beyond a doubt. It's already got to be a doubt. Reasonable doubt, beyond reasonable doubt. I'm terrible with the acronyms and abbreviations. So sorry. To me, she knew before the murder. Accessory after the fact, is that one of the charges? I don't think so. I believe conspiracy, solicitation, and actual murder. That's what it is. I know she went night of murder, still not enough to prove she knew before. Yeah, and she didn't go until an hour after Wendy called her. And I don't know, my parents, when we have had total disasters and catastrophes, they've left within an hour of the time I called them. I mean, they did that for me. I remember one time my daughter was in the hospital desperately ill, and they lived for about 4 hours from us, and they made it in like 4 hours and 45 minutes. It was really fast. So I personally don't see that as they didn't leave beforehand. They didn't leave until they got the call. And after that, even a little bit. So it is one of the things that this jury has to really focus on is we know a lot about the family and the things that have happened, but this is a very narrow trial. This is not, did Charlie do it? And as Donna said in her opening statement, it's not Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, the two hitmen. It's not Katie Rodriguez, the person who hired them. It's not even Charlie, her son, who she seemed to kind of acknowledge hired Katie. This is Donna only. And so I really appreciate, Sherry, that you're being so focused on what exactly is being proven about Donna. That's really important. Aaron would like some dental analogies. I have no doubt you will get some dental analogies from Charlie. Maybe we'll have to keep track. We should make a list of analogies. If anybody wants to keep that list and put it in the chat at the end of his testimony, that would be very interesting. All the analogies made. I'll try to keep it as I go. We'll see. So Alice is wondering, when is Charlie going to testify? And my best guess is today. I think he's going to testify today. I think that because of the arguments that they were making over evidence seemed to relate to somebody who was testifying today. And Donna's attorney said, I understand this person is going to testify tomorrow. Said that yesterday, and it appeared to relate to Charlie. So that's why I think Charlie today. Also, the state said its case would take between 5 and 7 days. We're now on day 6. So they've got to be nearing the end. So it can't be too much longer than this, or they have really overextended the amount of time they told the judge they would take. You never want to do that. That means that the judge won't be happy with you, and the jury's expectations may get violated because they've been told you're going to be here for this amount of time, and they're expecting to go home. You don't want to pressure them like that. If possible, you want to give them a fair and accurate estimation of how long it's going to take. First of all, I thought the state was going faster. I've been saying, we're going to finish really quickly. I think I was wrong on that because here we are in day 6, which was the midpoint of what the state had suggested it would take, somewhere 5 to 7 days. So they have not really gone faster. It's going to be all day today. Even if the only person they put up is Charlie, they still have FBI agent Sanford to complete. And that's going to take maybe even the entire morning before we get to Charlie. So this is going to be a busy day and a long day. Monday is a day off. It's Labor Day here in the United States, so nobody will be working. The courts will be closed, and then we'll start up again on Tuesday. I'll probably do a live stream anyway, Monday night, so we can just talk about the case and where things are, just see what's happening. So that's why, but I think Charlie will be today. I think the state will not rest until maybe Monday. Hopefully they will be able to stick to the time frame they gave the judge. The defense said it needed 6 days. I would be stunned if they really need 6 days. I don't know what they would do in that 6 days. They could put Donna up. They could put, like Charlie did, some attorneys up around the divorce and what Donna knew or something like that. I don't even know if it would be worth it to them to do that because the focus of those attorneys had a lot to do with what Wendy was doing. I don't know if they'll decide that would be too risky. They want to separate from Wendy. They want to separate from Charlie. So I don't know how many they'll actually end up calling. They've got a big list, of course, but you don't always call everybody on there. They've mentioned at least once in open court that they were talking to their expert. So their expert may be someone who would be, who will take, I don't know, half a day, maybe even a day, probably someone doing cell phone work. Best guess. As far as whether Donna takes the stand, if she does, that will be fairly long, probably a full day between direct examination by her attorney and then cross-examination by the state. I initially thought sure that she would take the stand. Her attorney said twice to the court that she would take the stand. And the court said, well, look, I'm not forcing this. This is your decision, and you can make it up at the time when you actually have to make it. You don't have to say in advance. And the court said, yeah, I mean, the attorney said, yes, that's right. But as the trial has unfolded, I wonder more and more what benefit Donna would obtain by testifying. A lot will depend on today and what Charlie says. A lot will depend on that. If Charlie says what she needs him to, maybe no problem. And maybe she doesn't have to testify and it will be shorter. I still don't know how they get 6 days. That seems like a lot. All right. Let's see. Let me head down. I need to, audio books, huh, Nancy? Well, thank you. I never thought of that. Well, thank you. I appreciate your comment very much. Sue is a new member. I do love reading. One of my favorite things to do with the kids when they were little, you know how you get to go to school and be the secret reader? Oh, I loved being the secret reader. It was a lot of fun. Breeze Coyote would like to have an interesting case where nobody dies. I know it's hard to find those, isn't it? It all seems to be the ones that are more dramatic. There was Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. That would be maybe the one exception in recent memory that I can think of. But yes, it doesn't always have to be a death in theory, right? Irish, thank you for your super sticker. Much appreciated. And I'm headed back over looking for questions. Read that the court posted an expedited transcript of Wendy's testimony to the docket yesterday. Why would they do that? Impeachment? I am stunned. I cannot imagine why they would pick the transcript of one single person and post it to the docket. Never, in any case I've ever had, have they posted the transcript of a witness to the docket during trial. Never. So I have absolutely no answer for you, not your edits. I cannot imagine. I am truly amazed. Why would they do that? And could it, all right, so here's what was running. I'll go ahead and speak out loud rather than just think while y'all all stare at me. I was wondering, is there some way that they need that transcript to be certified so that they could use it for a grand jury, so that they could go ahead and present to the grand jury, get an arrest warrant for Wendy, and move forward? But typically, you don't have to file something with the court to get it certified. Typically, you get it certified by the court reporter. And so you don't need to have it approved by the court or something like that. But I am wondering, that's at least my experience, but maybe they needed that. Maybe it has something, the fact that it's Wendy cannot be a coincidence. It can't be that they picked that one out and just an absolute coincidence. Dang. I would say during a break, I'll look at it, but we don't really have breaks. So I don't know. That is absolutely fascinating. Lee asking me, were the recorded conversations between Charlie and Katie introduced into evidence at Charlie's trial? They were. I don't remember some of them as clearly as maybe because I read them yesterday, but there were conversations between Charlie and Katie that were introduced at Charlie's trial. So was it everyone? I don't know. Carmina asking, has the gallery's reactions actually ever caused a mistrial? I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have. I can't think of a specific instance. Hasn't happened to me personally, but I'm positive that they have at times done things that would create that. Often what will happen is someone will stand up and yell something, not often, but occasionally yell something, and the judge will have them removed and excluded from the rest of the trial. So it's typically handled within the trial without creating an actual mistrial. But no question, it could, in theory, knock the whole case out. All right, Eddie asking me, was the discovery violation significant yesterday? There were 3 things that I heard. Let's see, that was day 5. Where's my day 5? Here's my day 5. All right, one was a jail call and they had gotten it clarified, meaning they had enhanced the audio so you could hear it more easily. That was important. Some of those jail calls were really hard to understand. My best guess, it would be that important one where she is talking about Vietnam and the extradition to Vietnam. Now, you could argue that's not exactly a jail call because she thinks Charlie's not on the call. She thinks it's ended. She has no idea she's being recorded. But I believe that the judge has ruled it comes in. So the judge ruled on that one that they did have the original version. So the fact that they had a clarified version, that didn't seem all that big a deal to him. He also mentioned photos. He said, I want to hear from you whether you think these are substantial, like the fact that they didn't produce them is substantial, or is it just trivial? Like, okay, just more pictures of kind of similar thing. He also mentioned a 14-minute call, and I was unclear whether it was the same call that was clarified or a different call, but it may be a different one. And it might be a brand new call that they didn't know about. So in this particular case, what he wanted everybody to do was look at that. And he told the defense said, I can't really look at it right this second, and I've got to look at it before I make an argument to you about whether it's trivial or substantial, because I don't know yet. I don't even know what this is, which I thought was extremely reasonable. So was it significant yesterday? The answer to that is I definitely don't know. Even the defense lawyer didn't know yet. They were going to go back, look at it, and make arguments as needed. I thought that might be what they would do at the beginning of the day today. I'm not sure what this 30-minute delay is about. I would have thought that argument would be in front of us. So we will see. Leslie S., thank you. Good to have you in the house again. And I'm glad you enjoyed yesterday. I'm super looking forward to today. And I had a great time yesterday. It was really, never watched a trial with people before. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy your reactions and what y'all are thinking. I've had a really good time. Faith is enjoying watching the trial too. So glad to have you. She's been a member for 5 months. So glad to have you. Yeah, Mildred, I agree. Mildred was a court reporter, she told me, and that she frequently delivered overnight certified transcripts to attorneys. I have done that, but never was one docketed. That's my experience here. I've never had one filed in the public docket. I mean, not until you get ready for appeal. And so, especially not one single person's. I am fascinated by that. Such an interesting question. Cindy is a retired lawyer. Who would think I'd find it fun to watch a trial, but the little pigs have me in stitches. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Yes, that was really the Vietnamese pot-bellied pigs that we heard about. It's like a theme. We also had the pigs in the Brooks Hout case. That came up as well. So I am so glad you're enjoying watching the trial. I am too. Yeah, I know you would think this is kind of like work, but it's really enjoyable. I like being with people and talking to you about it. Annie is turning on the live first thing in the morning. I'm glad to be with you. And what about Harvey? Couldn't they charge him with accessory after the fact? Possibly. He certainly seemed to be involved with the bump and with how they were going to deal with it. Although remember, he will probably say, I thought it was an extortion. No wonder I was afraid for my family. And who would we even tell if it was the police? So we were trying to figure that out. So I'm guessing that's what he would say. There were some comments about they didn't want Harvey to be really upset and they walled him off for a while. One of the big questions is, was that just about the bump or did he not know anything at all? And again, that's something where you kind of analyze those phone calls. It's a little bit ambiguous. It's not entirely clear what he had and what his involvement was. Mary, like a sportscaster with trials. I love that. Play by play. I need a whistle, maybe a referee hat, umpire hat. No, violation on the field. Throw a flag. I do need that. That'd be a lot of fun. I could throw a flag on the field. I should definitely do that. Thank you, Mary. That's a great analogy. You're getting a good analogy for the day. Charlie may ask you for some tips on analogies. All right. And let's go back over and see where, let me make sure. Yep, I'm all the way at the end. So he said they were going to take 30 minutes. So, all right, MSR. Do you, after listening to the calls, do you think Wendy has plausible deniability and a way to convince a jury of reasonable doubt? MSR, I think she has a better case than any of the others do, but it's much more circumstantial. There's a lot less tying her in than we have with Charlie and Donna because she got excluded in the bump. And a lot of the best evidence comes from that bump. And since they walled her off and they didn't include her, it means we don't have as much, at least so far. But I believe they thought it was a harder case, and that's why they haven't filed it yet. So it's not just me. They do think it's a more difficult case. I need to mention this too. Cindy, I appreciate your very generous gift. Thank you. Shmika Namit says she can never hear the expression, it's one of two things in the same way. Charlie said that like 500 times. Let me add this to the stage.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
Here we go.
We are getting started a little bit behind today. We are going to continue with the examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. The student is Kappelman. Is he on his way to the stand?
Big question with this one is, what is the cross-examination going to do? Will it go anywhere?
Special Agent, you remain under your oath to tell the truth. I'm not going to swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanua? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I did.
Okay.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
And then do you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date of when. Actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with the warrant.
Okay. So Garcia, 5/25 of 16. Rivera, 6/3 of 16. Magbanua, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanua ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's correct. That's the first proffer. Yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay. Was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder. On Halloween.
Right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes, I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'm going to show you where I marked this 86B. Do you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
Judge, I'd move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number,
Unknown number.
an unknown number.
And what's the content of the text
The
message?
text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from this Magbanua that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson or Donna and Harvey Adelson having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new. Correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbett's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's Exhibit 73 at this time.
So I want to stop for just a minute and talk about what they're doing first with him. They're trying to support Katie's testimony. She is not exactly the most reliable of witnesses because she has told so many different stories. So if they can support something that she says with a little bit of actual physical, practical evidence, they'd like to do that. It'll help them persuade the jury that at least on this one point, she was telling the truth. Now, I also want to say in the background, I've been looking at the docket, and I've confirmed that they did file an excerpt from Wendy's trial testimony. Now, when I saw excerpt, I thought maybe that has to do with the fact that they filed a motion and it just supports the motion that was filed. But the excerpt is 169 pages. So that is quite the excerpt if all you're doing is trying to support a motion. And I'm not seeing a motion, but maybe at lunch, what we'll do is take a look at that specifically and try to figure out, piece it together, look at what they filed. Is it the whole thing? I won't do that now since we all want to watch the trial, but we'll get to that at lunch.
That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
All right. When was the defendant arrested?
Defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay. And I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22. Oh, sorry. It was 4/1 of 20, 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to 118? States 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish.
You may.
I'm surprised they're not objecting. I think they did object earlier. I can see them saying only the objections we've done before that you've already ruled on. The big question that was raised was she thought this was a hang-up. She did not realize she was being recorded. So is it fair to use this? And the prosecution says, well, you didn't in fact hang up. So that's how we have it.
Jury and parties need headphones for this.
Huge call. Please do hit the like button, as Irish suggested. Thank you.
Look, I have I can say this to you before I picked up this one, but
Okay.
there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things through Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg.
It's not bad, but I think I'll read it anyway, because I think it'll be a little easier. Donna, setting is Charlie has just been convicted of murder. He is in jail, devastated by what's just happened. His mother is talking to him on the phone. He is on the phone at this point. At some point, it's going to get disconnected. So Donna says, look, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, that is Charlie's son, taking care of some things through Steinberg, an attorney. It's just Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan is somebody in the room. She's an attorney, friend of the Adelsons, was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. Okay, so she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called so that she can work with us because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and just a lot, but it can. And she obviously waits for her son and says, you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. He was in solitary confinement. They were concerned, could there be some risk of unaliving because of the impact of the judgment against him? And she says that's going to come to an end. You're not going to be in this solitary room forever under watch for potential unaliving. And she says, once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay. So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. So she's talking about she will let Dan know. Dan is Daniel Roshbaum, the attorney for Charlie Adelson.
There's
It's on there. Do you know?
Adelson, young child.
And who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
Just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to.
So we'll skip past that. And then she says, she's in the middle of talking to him and she says, can you hear me, Charlie? Yes, you can't hear me again, right? Charlie, can you hear me? Well, we'll hear her say that so you can hear her voice.
One more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously not Dan Markel. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right. Thank you. Continue, please.
So, definitely I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, so Donna is going to say, I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time. She says, can you hear me twice? You can see she says Charlie multiple times if you're looking at your screen. And Harvey Adelson says that's $450, meaning I think the cost of the phone call. And Mr. Chagrin, which I assume is who I assume is one of the people in the room there, says, but for what? Harvey Adelson says it's $5 every time if he calls here. And we got to get it to page up. It's $5 every time if he calls here, and she'll tell you he doesn't have anything. They receive, and then Donna Adelson says you pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. And Mr. Chagrin says, is he something you can't tell? Harvey Adelson says, yeah. And Donna says, except he's in this room. And Mr. Chagrin says something that is indiscernible to the court reporter. Donna says the word that. Harvey says they haven't moved him. Donna says, so the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't unalive. And Mr. Chagrin says, yeah. And Donna says, so the psychologist, looks like they're going to skip there. Let's see if they do. So, and Charlie is saying, I'm going to paraphrase for purposes of keeping this safe, that he said, it's a bigger deal to me, to the psychologist. He said, if you leave me here in this confined room, than if you let me go back. I mean, I would be less of risk if I were with other people and not confined in this way. And so it also means, please don't leave me here. And she spoke to him for a little bit and she says, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got a few of these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he thought she was going back, and Mr. Chagrin said, yeah. And Donna Adelson says, in an hour. But he said that she better get that thing done because I'll lose my mind in here. It's all mirrored on the inside. So all you see is yourself. Mr. Chagrin says something indiscernible. Donna says the lights never shut off day or night. These fluorescent lights, he says, are on all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. At least I knew people. At least I know people. I can see people. He says, here I'm in a box. So Mr. Chagrin says, she's just and indiscernible. Donna Adelson says, I haven't even offered you a drink. Do you want some Diet Coke or a glass of water? And Ms. Brotman, I believe she's the attorney, says no. And Donna Adelson says nothing. And Mr. Chagrin says, So and says something indiscernible. Miss Brotman says, I think there is a finish line. And Mr. Chagrin says, I told him, or text us when I can go. Miss Brotman, we did. And Mr. Chagrin says something else indiscernible. As you can see, it's really hard to understand. So, Mr. Chagrin says something pretty wise, actually, which is, but probably he's not ready. Don't push. In other words, you may think you're doing him a favor, but maybe the psychologist knows best. Maybe that's really not a good idea. And Donna says, I think it would be a nice way to just leave me alone, say goodbye. I'm going to lose. So I'm not sure exactly what she's talking about, but anyway, we're going to read it until we can't read it for YouTube reasons. But leave me alone, say goodbye. I'm going to lose my son who's going to prison for something he didn't do. I can't function. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body, his everything, his clothing started to deteriorate. I'm old. I had a life. So she's saying he's a year ahead of, I think she's implying, of when she would be in prison. Like if she's arrested right now, he's showing her what would happen 1 year later. And she's saying she's not that strong, that he has begun to deteriorate in prison. She says, I'm old. I had a life. We had a great marriage. Happy. We traveled. We lived good. I really am not that happy. And I don't want him to leave to just say goodbye and let me lay down something nice. It's nothing painful. I just want to go to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. Indiscernible. Know what Wendy did this weekend, because I said something that made her feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. If the court or the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. Harvey. So Wendy came out all indiscernible. And Donna says, now we know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. Harvey. Yeah. Donna, she's never once just come over, says, I need to talk to you. And Harvey said, it sounded like I'm worried. Mr. Chagrin, she probably made an indiscernible, made sure that indiscernible. And Donna says she sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here and she didn't say, look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated. Seems like a minimal term to describe it. But this is what she's taking a look about. Just sit. And Ms. Brotman says, And Donna Adelson just sat there. And she said, look, if you are potentially having problems, unaliving issues, I'm going to Baker Act you. So I said, I'm not having those issues. I'm fine. Are we going to see the boys tomorrow night? You know, if she's here on Sunday night, she says, yeah, good. Now, I'm actually fine for now. This is still Donna talking. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And Harvey said she didn't want me to do it yet. Donna, we can do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us, and we'll do it together. Miss Brotman says something that can't be understood. Donna says something that can't be understood. And then Donna says, look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, which probably means prosecution in Tallahassee, I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said you might, or you might get all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop you. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try. Mr. Chagrin says something indiscernible. Harvey Adelson says, yeah, he said to get a visa. And Donna Adelson says, I tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to do that stuff for Roman so that indiscernible. Mr. Chagrin says, what is his indiscernible? How is it you want me indiscernible? Donna Adelson, Oh, with stipulations as to who's in charge. And then Miss Brotman says, what's best for him is to, something you can't understand, go ahead and sell him a trust and whatever indiscernible as a trustee until more indiscernible. Donna Adelson, Bree, Miss Brotman, Bree, Donna Adelson, just somebody who would be watching. Miss Brotman, yeah, someone take care of, yeah. So lots of stuff in between they don't understand. Donna, if George would make some effort to respond, answer his call, until we do that, I could sit here with you and say, Wendy, would you do that? But I can't because no response. So basically she wants to ask Wendy, would you do these various tasks? Would you be the trustee? Would you do this and that? But she can't ask Wendy because Wendy isn't contacting her.
Answer this call, which is, I can sit here with you and say, would you do that? But I can't because there was no.
And question. So you still haven't heard anything from George? And I believe George is the person Wendy is dating. And in other phone calls and at other times, we heard Donna say that when she couldn't get hold of Wendy, she would try reaching out to George. I think that's who that is. So Dave apparently did not make the cut. For those of you who have been following the trial with me, Harvey says, no, I didn't get a hold. And Donna said, I don't know how to get in touch with them. So I said, let me ask George. So I texted George. I can't get in touch with her, honestly. And she told me my lawyer, her lawyer, if it's about the case and indiscernible, it's not about the case. I have Mr. Chagrin, indiscernible, Donna Adelson. Sure. Yeah. Harvey, you want to? Donna Adelson. Mm-hmm. When I said I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know. Oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother. And she doesn't. And she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. Harvey Adelson, unfortunately, and Donna Adelson says, we found out it's not true. Harvey says, I asked and Donna says, but we just got off the phone with him. Harvey says, I asked my attorney. He said no. And he asked her attorney, and her attorney said, I never told her that. Harvey, but I've not consulted that. So essentially they're saying Wendy is refusing to talk to them, and she is claiming her attorney told her she can't do that. But reality, they've gone behind the scenes, had their lawyer contact her lawyer, and they say, no, Wendy's never been instructed that way. She's just choosing not to talk to you. Let's see, it's hard to read some of these. Donna Adelson, no. Harvey Adelson, I said, I don't want to. Donna Adelson, so I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother. This is 8:00 last night, but we just got off the phone with him. And the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said you weren't up for phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. Okay, this is huge. We want to see Donna right here. It looks like the paralegal has her hand up.
They never called us or asked about him. I just said we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got lots to think about. But then she answered. Then I got another call from Charlie.
Okay, let's stop right there. A lot to think about. I'm going to make sure I have that for my recap. Okay. So, but then she didn't answer. So Donna texts her and says, everybody's busy protecting you and you basically don't care about the family. You just have abandoned all of us. You aren't even bothering to ask, how's my brother doing? You don't care, basically. And that is, as we know from what Charlie said in the phone call yesterday, that is what all women say to Charlie. They say, you don't care. So he said that in a phone conversation. That's how he knew one of the wiretaps had to have been a woman, even though it wasn't, because they said, you don't care. But then I'm being somewhat sarcastic for those of you who are new to our chat. But then I got another call from Charlie at 2 p.m. and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us is the truth. So she says this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Miss Brotman, yeah. Donna Adelson, dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger, indiscernible, but we don't. And then continuing with the quotes from Wendi, I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. I didn't say she was, says Donna. Continuing with Wendy's quote, when I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement for Charlie's trial. And Donna says, again, I didn't say that. Back to the note from Wendi. Also, as you know, Donna, I do know. Back to Wendi. My lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else. Mr. Chagrin, she's lying. Donna, continuing with the text, about this case. No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. And then quoting again from Wendi, I followed his advice despite your disagreements with his guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. And Donna says, it's not about the case, is it? Not what I said, that her brother, that he wants. How are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? Mr. Brotman, yeah, exactly. Mr. Chagrin, something indiscernible. By the way, I would be on Donna's side here. I don't see why Wendi can't talk about that. Just saying, how's Charlie doing? Is he upset? Does not implicate Wendi in the murder. Donna Adelson says, she can. And reading again from Wendi, if you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. And Donna then says, so I wrote back. And here's Donna's note she wrote back. Okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. She wishes, right? Let's see, where were we? That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. Now, Donna talking again. She says, I have a safe here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. So think about that. She's giving codes and passwords, setting up trust. Miss Brotman, yeah. Donna Adelson, I have the cemetery property. I want to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So, and she, in quotes, so please let us know if you can be of any help. This is Donna writing to Wendi. And then Donna talking to the group again. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. Harvey Adelson, indiscernible about. Donna Adelson. No, I said, we need some business assistance. Please let us know. Harvey says, I did the same thing. Indiscernible. Told me indiscernible. Donna Adelson. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? So when I got boy, I'll just use that before, I said to him, he says, I was over there last night. I said, well, I asked Wendi, but I haven't got in. Oh, George is the boyfriend. Sorry. I asked Wendi, but I haven't got any word from her. So did she tell the boys? And he, meaning George, the boyfriend, said she did. Now, I know one of them was very close. He was writing to Charlie all the time. So I said, how are they? Because that one is very quiet. He didn't really talk much. And he said that George said one of the boys kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. He's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. And Donna says, which is fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. Let's see. That's not my goal. I just want to know how. It's hard to read under they have the little bar up. How are they? So that's when I said earlier to George, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer. I think just because we were out of it. So he's a computer tech, Miss Brotman. Yeah. Donna Adelson person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business call, he said. So then he texted me just before. I can be there, maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said, yes. But if I can get the stuff done, then it's no. And Harvey Adelson says, I told Rick that we have the safe with the passports and we have, Donna says, we have the photos. Harvey, the photos. So let's see if Donna Adelson says we have to get them downloaded. Every other thing I don't. Yeah, here we go. Every other thing I don't understand. Thought my daughter could help me with it. We've been looking it up over and over because things change. If there is extradition from Vietnam, because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. This is the most critical part of this entire phone call for the state. They're looking for places to go that have no extradition. Also important is all of the steps they're taking before they leave, because it indicates they do not plan to return to the U.S. Harvey Adelson said in 15 minutes. Donna Adelson, who? Really? Good. Maybe she knows about, maybe she can look up the extradition. Before we go, Miss Broughton says something indiscernible. Donna says, waste our time. And Miss Brotman says, is she going to tell on you that my parents are thinking of leaving the country? And Donna says, my lawyer told us to do that. Interesting. Will Daniel Roshbaum testify? Miss Brotman, but if you mention it to Wendy, is Wendy going to tell? And Harvey says, no, I don't think. And Donna says, well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. So Donna is saying, let's use the attorney-client privilege. Harvey Adelson, yeah, I wouldn't tell her then. Donna Adelson, well, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. If the plane crashed, no one's going to know where everything is. Harvey says, yeah, and Donna says, or who belongs to what? I think we're going to miss, let's see if we can.
Or who belongs to what? So
I would like her to come up here so she could see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She doesn't live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you? Miss Brotman, right. Donna Adelson, everything. How many times do we have plans? I really can't. I have to cancel. Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies. And this becomes I think I want you to hear her voice.
Because now we're going to own her business. So out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need to have her friends on. Okay, pretty hurtful. That's one son and two women. I have one son who's supposed to be in jail. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. Because the mother is being God, our family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore.
Okay, so I wanted you to hear her voice. We covered this on the channel before, so I knew what was coming, and I wanted you to hear how she gets pretty emotional there. So, but let's read it too, because it is hard to understand her. She's saying, she's basically saying, oh yeah, we were all well and good when you needed a nanny, but now you don't care. And she's saying, I guess our job is up because now the boys are older. They can go out with friends and they can do things on their own. So Wendy, doesn't need grandma and grandpa anymore. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son whose hopes seem dead, and my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Harvey, I swear to God, our family was cursed, absolutely cursed, and I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So, and Harvey says, let's communicate. Donna Adelson says something about visas. Rick, is it better for you to sit at a table than that chair? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. The phone rings and Harvey says, honey, do you want the phone? Or Donna says, I know, just click off. Let's. Okay, so Donna says, the phone rings, there's a break there. And she says, because they put the phone numbers and those emails up under our faces. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you what we did for a hotel because you need an address to put on the visas. Mr. Chagrin says, all right. And Donna Adelson says, let me just put Rick. And there's some indiscernible stuff. Harvey says, yeah, but he knows where we are. Mr. Chagrin, right. Harvey says something indiscernible. Mr. Chagrin says, Donna Adelson says, let me look up. Let's see Charles, indiscernible. Mr. Chagrin, I remember this. Donna Adelson, we never I thought there was something indiscernible. My position. Is that one any? There's a bunch of indiscernible. Harvey, because I just want a place to stay. And there's some more indiscernible or just nothing in position in the middle. And Harvey says, where does it tell you what the prices are? Do I have to go on? Okay, indiscernible. Mr. Chagrin, so there seems like they're maybe looking up Airbnb or something. Harvey, who? Mr. Chagrin, probably have to go on the, Donna, can you do it? Miss Brotman, yes. Harvey, which one is this? It's a call that didn't end? Donna, I guess Charlie was indiscernible. Miss Brotman says, so at this point, and here's something important, they have understood that the call didn't end. And they're still going to say a little bit, but only one sentence comes after this. And that is, what? It says real property or LLCs, which is Harvey. So they're talking a little bit of business. So at that point, the call ends. Donna has been instructed over and over by the judge not to show emotion. So she's showing some emotion here, but as you can see, she is holding it in a good bit. She still is obviously impacted by this. This would have to be a very hard phone call for her to hear back. Judge asking for them to approach. This is a very important phone call. I'll go ahead and tab forward since we took a little extra time reading that. We're seeing Mr. Markel, Dan Markel's dad.
Examination.
Okay.
Gentlemen, you may continue with your examination.
Okay.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay. And what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel plan. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay. And were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai, then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam in fact a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct. It is.
And when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
Where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right, and did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
I'm taking Donna's side on this one because they demanded her cell phone. And she said, no, my attorney has said that I'm not supposed to turn that over. And then I think at a minimum, they need to play that little excerpt because it doesn't come out quite the way that just sounded. It isn't like, you know, she does pull it back and hold it away and say, no, my attorney's told me not to turn it over. But there was at least some discussion around it. I'm sure they don't want that video played though. Okay, they're going back up. We'll take the catch up time. That's Harvey. Not asleep, in case you wondered.
You can have.
Okay.
The objection being withdrawn. Agent Sanford.
Objection.
The question, if you recall.
Bet you anything the deal was, if you want to show the whole thing, you can.
What it was.
So objection withdrawn.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right, and pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
And did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay, and was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at search warrant, no ma'am.
That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
This is supposed to be new evidence. We've heard some little hints about
I'm
this.
going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit. 142. Some redactions have been made based on the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence 122.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 142 is admitted.
In the 2014 planner, did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
What?
What information was that?
Is the '08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the '08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder.
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued.
That's correct.
Wait, what was the date on that? I'm gonna-
Number at the time of his
Oh, it
murder.
doesn't tell.
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued.
That's correct.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, is that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. That's pretty huge. Dan Markel's vehicle. Now, there could be reasons why you might have your child's and your son-in-law's information, like their car, their license tag, the type of car. There could be reasons you might have that and maintain that, because if anything ever happens, you need to know you might need to know the license plate. I personally am not that organized, but I can see where a very organized person might actually have that. But at this time, Dan is divorced from Wendy. So if she has been copying this from year to year to year, there's no reason for it to be in the 2014 planner, because it's Dan's car and Wendy no longer has any connection to it. That is huge red letter information, I think.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
This is a tough time for the defense, because so much has been covered and it's been very damaging for the defense. It's like the defense is getting ready, doing some last minute prep there. I think that new evidence is really important. I believe that was one of the pieces of evidence that we talked about, where the defense said in advance that this was produced last minute. And probably one of the discussions was, well, you already had it because it was your own planner. But the attorneys wouldn't have known about it. We weren't privy to that argument, so we don't exactly know whether the defense ended up withdrawing its objection or what happened with that. There were several yesterday that were new pieces of information. The judge was asking, is this a violation of the rules that require you to produce these? State, have you messed up? Or is this something where it's just trivial and we can put that in? There's no real need to keep you from using the evidence. But we don't know a lot about how that actually ended up being decided. I'll use this time to catch up.
We would request a brief recess, please.
That's fine.
Okay, they're requesting. Okay, so we'll catch up even more while they have the brief recess.
Anyone does, we'll take a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
All right, so a little brief break while the defense gets prepared to cross-examine Special Agent Sanford of the FBI, who has testified for more than a day now. He has been on the stand a long time, and we will use this opportunity. We won't have long to wait because we were a little bit behind with reading that phone call. That phone call, also huge information. One of the things that makes that so important is that kind of information wasn't available at Charlie's trial. He didn't try to flee. He didn't go to the airport. The state says this is evidence Donna knew she was guilty and she better get out of town before we caught up with her. Donna, of course, is going to say, yeah, I just didn't think I could get a fair trial, or maybe I just didn't want to go through the trial. She was not under arrest. It was not illegal for her to leave, but she was trying to leave, and the state is using it against her, which is one of the reasons I think it would be dangerous for Wendy. A lot of times people will ask me, should Wendy make a run for it? I think that would be a big mistake because it would be considered evidence against her. And ultimately, I think the wheels of justice would turn and they would bring her back if they have decided to prosecute her. I think that's the ultimate question. I saw that Pythagorean Runner had a question for me. Do you think there will be valid appellate issues? Is it just me, or is the judge giving a lot of leeway to the state? I think the judge is giving a lot of leeway to the state. I think that's the case in most trials, that the judge really gives a lot to the state. And in this case, definitely true. I feel like it's less than in Charlie's trial. I feel like the attorneys knew a little bit about what would happen and got out in front of a bunch of those arguments before Donna's trial got started. So they've, I think, kept out some of the things that I thought made Charlie's particularly unfair. One of the things they read in Charlie's trial was the net worth, and they put up, $5 million. If you add them all together, they put all that up in front of the jury. This time, instead, the state's point was they did have enough to make good on this $1 million bribe, and they did have enough to make good on any one of them could have fully paid for the hit if the hit was $130,000. So Wendy had enough, Harvey had enough, Harvey and Donna and Charlie, everybody had enough. That's a point that the state wanted to make. But in order to make that point, you don't have to know the full net worth. And so this time around, they simply asked, did they have enough to cover that expense? Answer, yes, as opposed to what was the total amount they had. Because I think that's pretty prejudicial. I think a lot of people would think, well, that's sure a lot of money, a bunch of rich people getting away with stuff. So the defense wouldn't want that in. There were things like that that were changed this time. So I feel like it's less than in Charlie's trial. But is there a valid appellate issue? I don't really have a strong appellate issue for her yet that I've seen. I think there may be some questions around the flight to Vietnam that they will raise. I'm sure they will raise that because they're going to say she wasn't under arrest. There was absolutely nothing wrong with her leaving. And that the state will argue back. It's not so much that she was leaving, it's that she was choosing a country without extradition. So if she had just been going out of the country, that might be one thing. The next appellate issue, I think, will be the use of the phone call where she talked about the fact that she wanted a non-extradition country, because otherwise they would be left saying things like they would have to bring in an attorney expert for the state to say, yes, the country she chose was a non-extradition country. That would be, they would have no way of knowing Donna actually wanted that. They would just know it was Vietnam. Sounds like people were coming back into the courtroom. Well, now it's quiet again. Maybe not yet. So thank you for your question, Pythagorean Runner. Bring the popcorn once. Now, how did they get the planner? Isn't that testifying against yourself? Fifth. Well, it's actually something she wrote down. So when they got the planner in their search warrant, they were able to collect her documents, and that's not considered testifying against herself. It's those documents were things she wrote down, and they were able to use them, and that's how they got them straight up from a search warrant after she was arrested. Corey wants to do a poll. Okay, how many people have a child-in-law's TAD number? That's a really good question. Let's do a 1-2 poll. I don't have my screen up. That's just pretty funny, Corey. Let's see. Let me head on the back end to my channel page. That's a pretty good poll. I will say I don't even have my child's. So, but maybe I'm just not as organized, It could be that I'm just not as organized as, say, Donna Adelson.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has days, individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
And that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney,
Correct.
not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is in that
wow.
planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And on that exhibit, State's Exhibit 142.
Whoa, Daniel Broshbaum. I guess
Very
because he,
small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14. That's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. But in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. This note section in the back.
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
I guess there was an objection that a foundation wasn't properly laid. But that's shocking. They did not find it in the search warrant. It was handed over by the attorney who was probably producing all the evidence prior to trial. Maybe there was something in there he wanted to use, not realizing that critically important point, because it wasn't marked Dan Markel. She's good at cross. I'll look forward to this. This is Jackie Fulton, attorney for Donna Adelson.
Trip over that. I tried to approach you, so I'm trying to get in front of it. Morning.
Good morning.
You've been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
And now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
I wouldn't
Oh,
do that to
no.
Anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay,
around the 21st.
thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is? Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius. So there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida. Is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking
Yes.
about traffic in South Florida.
Yes.
It went on and on. Every call mentioned that. Was that code? Is that what she's saying? If not, it was the
During
only
the
thing.
calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck's going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, my opinion, if that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right. He was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done. So he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right. She's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages. And he's telling his mother, there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
We talked about exactly that yesterday.
right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
And you were involved in the investigation, I guess, what would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay,
And I know you got records of some people's records, phone records, et cetera, that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
correct,
Emails, et cetera.
correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay,
I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct,
One was obtained in this case.
that's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to, there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct,
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Catherine Magbanawa, right?
The only ones we got on this case were, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct,
And he entered a plea deal,
correct,
okay? And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
that's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, right?
That's correct,
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
correct,
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, correct?
that's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for,
Okay, not for this case.
not for this case. Correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay,
of his wiretap
okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court,
Yes.
and the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge.
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. So kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it. Yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendi that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendi potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even
yes.
suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay.
Let me comment just a minute on technique, because she is so good at cross-examination. What she does is the witness has not a moment to breathe. It's just short question with yes or no answer, and the pace is just overwhelmingly fast. And it can snowball a witness along. I mean, that's a possibility. He's obviously a very experienced witness. He's done this many times before. He's not going to say anything crazy. But this is a really well done technique that lawyers use on cross-examination. A lot of times you see people get up there on cross-examination and ask really open-ended questions, and then the witness can just kind of chew them up. She doesn't do that. And that's why she's really effective. She knows exactly what she wants out of them, and she's asking questions that get her to that. So whenever you hear a question and it doesn't make a lot of sense, it's going to connect up somewhere. These are highly planned.
You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then.
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am. I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am. We do not believe that.
Okay. And you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay. I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
You've talked about this before. That's a pretty risky decision to really emphasize what a loss this is and to emphasize the victim side of things. They're taking that, they've done it throughout the trial, but it's a risk.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, and law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really
Have you
testify
reviewed?
to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendi Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview.
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he Detective Investigator Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
Yes, ma'am.
Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
Correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendi Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendi Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel. And she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendi started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated after they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera. We definitely did then.
And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect. No, ma'am.
No, not a person of interest.
Maybe a person of interest. Yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay.
So she's just trying to show you focused in on the Adelsons. You didn't really look around. You were just decided on them early on. And why? Because Wendy told you to do that.
All right. So not just TPD and not just you with the FBI. There were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You would. The state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation. Of this
Later
case?
on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted. Yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade. I believe that was Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
Yes.
different agencies would assist when we needed help. Yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There's
I
several
mean,
that assisted.
there
yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us. Yes,
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
that's correct.
And so fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right? 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that. Yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded
And
calls.
when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
I do remember yesterday there was commentary about the fact that some of the calls beforehand were so much more relaxed and they seemed so different, but we didn't really, I'm trying to remember, I don't think we heard any of those. I think the ones we heard started around the time of the bump and immediately following it.
It's like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine McManus.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
And I think her questions earlier about the probable cause and the standard for that was, she was trying to say probable cause is not that high a standard, and you weren't able to get a probable cause warrant to get the wiretap for Donna, for Wendy, for Harvey. The only people you got were Charlie and Katie, and you already had one for Luis Rivera for another matter. I guess I didn't get Sigfredo either, but we don't really have a witness who tells us that. But I think that was the implication.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him. He went and bought 2 burner phones. We went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him. And then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Catherine McManus, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also in this investigation have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right. All their phone, it's their phone records. It's no content is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those?
Which recorded calls?
Or the bump?
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016. If you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m. And it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th, you have the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am, I see it. 50 minutes long, yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
So I think what she's trying to do is head off any argument from the prosecution that they had lengthy phone calls about this murder. They knew exactly what they were doing. They talked for 50 minutes at a time about this. She's trying to head that off by saying, well, in fact, a lot of times it was just a tiny bit when they discussed anything relevant. The rest of it isn't included because it wasn't relevant. It's a long wind up, but I think that's what she's headed to. Or where she went, but I think that was the only point.
I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong.
We
So
all-
I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember. Is it Jeffrey Lacasse, or something?
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacoste.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him. So
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
at some point, I'm sure he was.
Wendi Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't? Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste.
I don't.
That's okay. We'll
Sorry.
play it.
I guess the
How many?
ramification of that would be Wendi wasn't setting up Jeff Lacoste. So that evidence that suggested his belief that she was setting it up, she wasn't. She didn't even mention him. It was his friend who mentioned him, and the police went off on that on their own. That's what she's trying to suggest.
How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No,
Less than 50?
less than 50.
25?
It wasn't many, really, when you think of it.
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful. There was a call, RR, and that's, there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Catherine Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Catherine Magbanawa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
I just want to know why we have to know that. Why did we have to know anything about that yesterday? And why do we have to know about that today? I don't understand the relevance of that.
Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did. Yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on a sec. I want to hear that one more time. Sorry. I know that's annoying. I do this so much more when I'm not on my own. I listen to stuff over and over again.
He says that, doesn't he? Trust me.
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did. Yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I just can't figure out which way does that cut, because on the one hand, it can mean she actually is employed and therefore she's getting checks. But on the other hand, why would they want to suggest otherwise? I mean, because she says she wasn't employed. So do all the Adelson Institute employees.
Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts
Okay.
monitoring the calls
And they did-
live.
Live, they did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
the-
I don't remember. I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day.
9 years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or Investigator Ison would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida
Okay,
during a lot of the wire.
okay.
I would go in there and review calls, because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded. And that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and ISOM and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually we left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
Yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you,
I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
including the individuals who went in and did the recordings? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I'd already been close to Mr. Adelson and Mrs. Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Is that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. That if you don't recall it, we'll
'Cause we
talk about that
didn't-
from somebody else.
We
Yes, sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a
You
weapon
didn't
to
have the weapon,
compare.
right?
Right, to
But
compare.
you can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the
You
same
could.
weapon. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym.
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this
The whole
investigation?
investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare,
right?
and when he was driving to the gym,
Okay.
we had bus.
So I'm also not clear on where we're headed on any of this. I'm guessing she's going to put all this together and say, you did all of these things. You had all of these people involved and you only got this little bit on Donna, or you never bothered to get anything connected to her. You didn't tap her phone, that sort of thing. That's all I can guess. It seems like a very long lead up proving the investigation was wide ranging and involved a lot of
surveillance
people.
Video.
Okay.
You referring to surveillance video? We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more,
Probably more.
possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee. They stopped at a bank and an ATM. I
Right.
got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
The ones, which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted?
Followed
This is
prior
where
to
we're
their
headed.
arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
anytime?
Anytime before that.
Yes. Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanwell, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to.
And we also did some surveillance on Catherine McBanwell when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that
Okay.
week prior. And that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
Well, he gave her the check that day.
Okay.
Correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras? Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD.
It was
TPD
used
did a
in the
great
invest-
job. They
Yep.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
So far, I'm
In
just.
addition
not
to the
seeing
people
points.
who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct a bump at.
Okay, and
Let's
that
see.
was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part,
No, ma'am.
but you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
So if you're confused about where she is headed, so am I. I'm not really following this yet. We've got lots of information about all these things they did to investigate. And the one thing I thought maybe they were headed for is they didn't watch Donna because Donna clearly wasn't as suspicious as everybody else. That's still maybe where we're going, but I don't know. I haven't really figured it out yet. It's a long windup.
Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And his assistance was taking you places, explaining things. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did
Yes,
you?
ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay,
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
but you didn't locate it.
No, ma'am, we did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a 38. I don't remember if it was Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I wonder if they have an expert who's going to say that wasn't it. And where would that take them if they did have that?
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included
Okay.
them both, and
Okay.
obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did,
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist. but
I don't know either.
Whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments, sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered, until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Back in 2019 is when,
Significance of him saying that is Donna doesn't have to say it. So if there were a reason Donna would have to testify, that's not it. He's now acknowledged that.
the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah,
re-ask that
sure. I
question?
mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces. Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that,
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
okay? And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
I would agree with that.
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
I think you have evidence.
The wrong
Okay.
question.
do I have evidence? No.
Now, Catherine McBanawa, well, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
It's
well
fine.
after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that. Yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay.
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Catherine McBanawa has a trial and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that.
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Catherine McBanawa after she's been convicted and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay.
We've heard it.
And she gives these 2 proffers. It's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
Very different. In fact, her story changed and changed and changed every time, and throughout the proffers, it changed throughout those. We did a video on that. Her testimony was extremely inconsistent.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right. So when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I misunderstood what you
You
said
didn't
about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you and I talk way too fast, but the court reporter can only get one of us. So I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did. So
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she basically, when she testifies in those first 2 trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
She
what
lied in the first 2 trials.
She lied, straight
Yes.
up.
Correct.
And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming, is
Okay.
the way I describe it.
All right, and you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated, you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out done with her.
No, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer,
Correct.
right? And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay. And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial. And by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were 2 trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first 2 trials. Absolutely.
Okay. And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer.
Correct.
And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No,
You're not?
not real familiar.
Yeah.
So disappointed.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information.
She doesn't want to put it in wrong, but remember what we talked about. We did a little segment at the beginning of lunch yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Could have been the day before, where I talked about the change in Katie's testimony, particularly as it relates to Donna Adelson. And so that's critically important here. In Charlie's trial, the most she said was that it could have been Charlie's mother who washed it. And when they washed the money, that was then paid downstream to the hitmen. And when asked about it, she was really vague. Well, maybe, possibly, could have happened. She didn't know for sure. Whereas when she came to this trial, she specifically said that Charlie told her his mother had washed the money that was being paid for the hitmen. Completely different, right? Because it directly has involvement of Donna Adelson in the payment for the hitmen. And that was entirely different from what she had said before. So I think she's trying to get that in evidence, and she's not sure where to get it. And this attorney is, and isn't sure how to do that.
Get it to the jury.
She would love to be able to say, and you recall that at Charlie's trial, she said blah, and he would say yes. And she would say, so wouldn't you be shocked to learn that she said blah in this trial? She would love to ask that question, but it's not. She wants to know if it will work with this witness, and she's learning it would not.
May I have just one moment? I left something on my table.
I don't think they've gotten real far in the cross-examination of this witness. I think that they have not really made the points that I think they were hoping to be able to make. It just hasn't really worked out yet. She has a good style, but I just don't think they had the meat behind the questions. I don't think it's come out yet.
All right. There was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You've testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right. I
Okay.
was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call,
Yes, ma'am.
and you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday. And at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. And he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay. So this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay. So they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay. And you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was reported that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do.
Right.
Yes,
It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
it is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that now.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall?
was, it could have been that morning. It could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was it?
No, ma'am.
And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea besides that phone call what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it.
That's pretty important, I think, if they knew that. You saw it. Look at his body language when that comes out, too.
Bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it.
That right there, that reaction.
And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled,
No, just in case they got a warrant.
just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
You-
No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Catherine Magbanawa, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
Right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that. In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least consider that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant. And they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's they?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct. Because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made a decision or waited to see if it was approved?
That they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6, 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere,
I'm sure I did.
stop and get gas,
Definitely.
maybe something to eat.
Possibly.
Okay.
Well done, because what she has just done is connect all of that back to the question of why it took Donna and Harvey longer to reach Tallahassee than it normally would take with a drive. There was an hour gap, and the prosecution has used that to say Donna stopped by Charlie's house. She took money. She was on her way to Dan Markel's to be with Wendy. It was right after the murder. And she left their home in South Florida, and they were headed up to Tallahassee, the two of them, Donna and Harvey. On the way, the prosecution believes they stopped by Charlie's house taking money that would then be used to pay off the hitmen. It was part of their explanation for why they thought that was an extra amount of time it took to make that drive. She has now hooked all of that back in with how long it took him. And that was really well done. She did it on the spur of the moment.
So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami,
Yes, sir. I'm
went to
sorry.
the
That was a-
airport.
That was a very open-ended, I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went.
It is.
Okay, and when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were gonna get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were gonna get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant.
That they were gonna try and get one? What, that decision when they decided that they were gonna get a warrant, did you discuss?
From my recollection was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock
When they obtained it or when they decided?
when they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're gonna get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant. But that was the decision I thought at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock, so you're still traveling at that time,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually there.
No.
And they know that someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah. Either calling me or I called them.
Oh, so there was a phone communication.
There was.
Recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right, so he says we've decided we're gonna try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
who worked there.
an agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening. This is where we're at with it. Yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told.
Pretty much. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him. The other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you,
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please.
I thought that would be headed somewhere dramatic, maybe like, and you went straight to the airport, but your signature is on this arrest warrant, but you were never actually present to have signed it. Isn't that true? I mean, we were maybe headed toward that. I guess her point is it was really last minute, this decision. It isn't like they were real sure about it. They were still awfully questioning it. Which is every reason for Wendi not to try to leave the country, because they do seem to be very slow and deliberate about the decision making. And they clearly, it wasn't an open and shut deal. They still weren't even sure were they going to do it for Donna. They made the decision because of the timing. I personally have never been real persuaded by the Vietnam thing. I think because she was not under any kind of arrest warrant. Nothing had been issued.
At the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Yeah.
Stay, please approach.
Yeah. And I believe that would be Daniel Broshbaum. I can't say that for sure. She was represented at one point by somebody, Marisol. I don't remember her last name, but so it could have been that person who contacted, but whoever it was would be a potential witness to say, yeah, I was told she was totally fine for her to travel. That it's not the most important point or fact against Donna, but it is relevant. It is relevant because the state believes this shows she knew she was guilty, consciousness of guilt. And she will say, not at all. That's not really what was happening here. We can tab forward, catch up. Harvey. Notice all those seats. Let's just go ahead and point that out. The defense asked for seats. The prosecution has said, yes, we'll need some seats and for people, victim family. And then the defense said, we want that too. And unfortunately, for most of the time, it's been pretty much Harvey and nobody else, which I think looks bad from the jury point of view. Okay, well, very good. This is going to be a long one. We are catching up. What did he do when he came back? I want to see what he did. Is he talking to Donna? No. Okay. I don't know why he came back. Okay.
Okay. Might have lost my train of thought. Approach the witness, John.
So they don't really have it in evidence, but the jury has heard it.
Legend?
Either or.
Titles don't matter to you?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Okay,
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna get out of your space. You can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese. You may,
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024.
I thought you said
And
a
that's the
lot.
90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay,
Yes,
so it was for
tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves, she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach? Thank you.
So they're obviously trying to suggest this visa was not long-term. It was only 90 days. And she was allowed to leave if she needed to. And she, in fact, did plan to come back to the U.S. for a bar mitzvah for one of Wendy's children.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably, there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be,
Yes, ma'am.
and did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave?
I believe so.
Okay. And you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point you saw them.
Correct.
I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock. I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across then there's a middle section too. So we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials. So I figured they knew what I looked like. So I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together.
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal.
Terminal.
It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite side.
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
All right.
And
Sorry
there is
about that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and
Sure.
magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
correct.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
It's really particular.
But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay. Did you see them?
I did.
Okay. And when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the flight.
Seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay. The flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So That's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time,
Yes, ma'am.
but you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
They were at this point.
okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from
And-
Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been able to see?
Absolutely. Yeah. There was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items. I don't recall.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes. I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there
Okay.
before we got there.
Okay.
There was only
Were-
like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you-
believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, sections, whatever, you can board the flight, old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that fair to
Sure.
say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you by to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to? Is it jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors. And it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay. And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off and after they through the jetway by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating
Right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. Then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
I'm just saying, I'm not buying that at all. At all. The reason that they did it there was they were absolutely sure she was boarding the flight. They had that down. They could have proof that she was doing that, not just that she was going to change her mind. There was no argument left. She was boarding the flight, and the optics of it were better. I don't buy it all. I mean, I think this is a valid point by the defense that they waited until that point in time. Is it anything that really helps Donna that much? No, I don't think so. But I do agree with the defense on this one.
Getting on the plane, they're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her, where you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through. And you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
In your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes.
No.
And
Well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you.
And she didn't try to hit me. No, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hands.
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay, you got the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay.
I assume not, or they wouldn't have asked that question.
I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
All right, we'll tab through. Because okay. So I think they're going to take lunch break. So we'll get to do our polls and talk about what's happened this morning. So far, kind of a disappointing cross. I was really thinking there would be a lot more finished points. And I don't think Donna's team has really gotten those out. We talked yesterday.
We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom.
Oh, they're only taking a break. This is not lunch. Okay, so well, we can definitely catch up. I really was expecting more. We'll go ahead and tab through all the way to the end, make sure that we're all the way caught up. I think we were about 3 minutes behind for comments that I made and so forth. So, okay. I frankly was expecting more. I did not think it would be kind of that slow paced. She has a really good cross-examination style, but I didn't feel like the end points were really helping Donna's side that much. So far as what I've seen, it wasn't an easy cross-examination to do. These are recordings. They're other people's voices. It's not like she can ask this witness and get this witness to agree that what was said was false. He doesn't know. He just played it, and then the jury will hear what it hears. And they had transcripts, so the jury will actually read it. So there's less of a problem with translation and understanding it. This witness can't really fix that problem for Donna Adelson. So all they can do is ask him sort of the generic questions that they did ask about, you don't really know about parts of time that weren't recorded. Okay, right. And you only recorded for a little bit. And they never got any kind of focused wiretap for Donna or for Harvey or for Wendy. The only two were for Katie and for Charlie. They had one for Louis Rivera, one of the hitmen from a different matter that was being done by a different agency. And they had a brief period of time after they spoke to Sigfredo, after they'd already brought him in, when they did some kind of tap on some new phones that he bought. But overall, they left out 3 people, Wendi, Donna, Harvey. Never got a wiretap for them. And I think her point is, you must not have thought it was really all that important that they be tapped. You thought you thought Charlie was involved. You thought Katie was involved. That's what you were looking for. But, that's not any kind of direct help. It's just sort of vague on that. As far as the issue of the arrest in the airport, I agree that I don't really buy that they didn't arrest her there seated. I mean, she's already presented her ticket. She's already gone into the airport. She's gone through security. She's sitting there waiting to use the ticket she has purchased to Vietnam. I think they were certainly within their rights to arrest her right there. I don't know that it would have been it didn't really make sense to me, his argument that they wanted fewer people around. If there are people in line in a tightly confined breezeway, and you can see as they're arresting her, there are a lot of people around. But on the other hand, even if they did that, how does that help Donna? What difference does it make that they chose to arrest her in the breezeway instead of sitting waiting for her plane? It doesn't really matter. It isn't like it makes you think, oh, well, Donna's innocent. Now I'm convinced. So that was, I think, the problem with it. I never really felt like we got to that point. She took the pretty bold move once again of really drilling into how tragic this was for Dan Markel and for the boys who will never see their father again. That's a risky move. Normally, you would see that happen from the prosecution because they want to point out that this is a serious crime. Normally, the defense is not trying to humanize the victim. If anything, that might get people on the jury to target the person who's accused of the crime. Like, this is really bad. We must convict this person. So they've taken a very unusual approach. They are sticking to their Donna is separate from everybody involved stance. They are going with that very direct kind of defense in this particular case. Let's take a look at a few of the questions that had come in. I think the first question that we had was, Kim Gates had asked me about hearing that this attorney used to be a judge. That is true. There was there were charges levied against her, not necessarily formal charges, about having used her position of authority to assist I believe it was the son of the person she was in a relationship with. And she ultimately ended up resigning, although the resignation was allowed for medical reasons. So I don't think there was ever anything firmly discovered about that. There was a written document around that, but I have preferred to just sort of focus on what she's done here in the courtroom. And I think for the most part, she is excellent at cross-examination. So I was disappointed that it didn't go further, that it didn't really ever seem to kind of be tied in to what would really make a difference in the case, what would make an impact. And so Pascaline, who is from Paris and has been following the trial with us, is asking about what Donna is writing during this trial so far. And I was able to get, this is exclusive to the Lawyerly channel, I was able to get an exclusive copy of what she had actually written in her notes. Apparently she was doodling. Someone sitting near her was able to see this is apparently what she was doodling. So I don't know that, as far as I know, that's what she was writing down, Pascaline. Seriously, I don't know what she's writing down, but I am curious. There are some defendants who will just write down everything. That would be more like how I tend to write down everything. She doesn't write all that much, and she does not seem to write notes to her attorneys, like, be sure to ask this. The whole thing about where they keep telling her to put her headphones on, the judge has told her that 3 times now. I think that makes her look kind of old and almost addled. Kind of like, oh, and she reaches and grabs it and puts it on like, oh, I forgot. It doesn't really, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that's the right move, what he's doing, because I feel like it's helping her. But I would be curious what y'all think about that. And as we've watched it, what you think. Oh, wait, that's not the question. I'm looking for questions here. Are we back? I'll do this one, Poppy Ev, after we get back.
Please be seated. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie McBanawa has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie McBanawa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie McBanawa and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did she say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirected by the state.
I ran my pen out. So the judge must have wanted to
Direct
pull.
evidence, did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
It's up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient.
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally,
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your
Hold
opinion,
on.
weren't you?
Whoa.
Staying, Ms. Scuppleman.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
no, it was not.
You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he and his mother, he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Catherine McBanawa. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the text and so forth, right?
It's all to explain everything. Yes.
It's not typically going to be sending "I love you" text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay, and the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay, and since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Catherine McBanawa, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
And you were asked also.
I want to point out something here. Do they really need Charlie? Now that she's got all this in through this witness, and they got it in, I assume, because the defense brought it up. What was Charlie's theory? Do they need Charlie? I mean, they got it in. She can make this argument all she wants. Why bring in Charlie to potentially shore it up? I mean, maybe she'll want to go into it more. I sure hope they bring Charlie. I mean, I really, really hope they bring Charlie, but I'm not sure it's as necessary now.
So about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes. So January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This would have been 2023, I believe.
Well,
No, I can't see it. Sorry, I have something to
it's
refer
not
to.
on my.
Sorry.
What year did she
Oh,
try to board the plane?
yeah, 2023.
She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No,
Okay. She didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
no, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing. The calls. You were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
All right. I mean, that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it.
But mostly
But we
Charlie.
made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct. We did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
Wait, one moment, please. Nothing further.
Agent Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be recalled by the party?
Attention, Judge.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay, so we are off for lunch. Here's what we're going to do during lunch while the jury is out. I'll take a brief break, but first we're going to do some polls. We're going to talk about what happened this morning. We'll do a few questions. I'll take my lunch break and then we'll be back for some more questions before the court gets started. So
Everyone can be seated.
don't go anywhere.
Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Interesting.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Bird and Dina Burnhart, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense. You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, in the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
Interesting. So one thing we've learned is, I don't know that we'll get Charlie this afternoon, or even that we'll get Charlie at all. So to say, just got in all they needed from Charlie's, from the explanation of what Charlie's theory was. But we are going to get those jail witnesses. These are jail snitches who are going to say that Donna tried to hire them to give false statements, we think, about Katie McBanoa. They have been in jail with her as well as being in jail with Donna. So we are expecting then they're going to testify this afternoon. And the judge was making sure that Donna understood that this particular, the strategy they were going to take and the cross they were going to use, she understood how it fit into her defense and she was okay with it. I don't know why they would have made a point of that unless maybe the defense asked, Judge, can we get that on the record? Because we're going to do this. We want to make sure it's on the record that she's approved it. Other than that, I don't know why they would have done that. Apparently, their strategy might be somewhat controversial from Donna's perspective. Otherwise, I don't see why he would have needed her to say she understood it. It was interesting, too. Now, she taught as she couldn't understand him, grabbed her earphone, tried to hear him again. And
at this time, we will have our lunch break as well. The parties will need to report back by 1:40. Once the jurors are ready, we will continue with the remaining witnesses. Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
What's the original plan, Judge? See what we can do.
Best laid plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
I assume that will be an expert who's flying in from California. I don't know in what topic, but okay. So you heard that. The state is expecting, we'll go ahead and pull that out. The state is expecting there to, and I'll go remove that from the stage, is expecting to finish today. They are expecting to rest today. I do not see how they could conceivably do that and put Charlie on the stand. I mean, Charlie, we've seen those recordings from Charlie. Am I right? I just don't picture Charlie being able to get up and get down. Both sides having examined him that fast, plus other witnesses. We know at least the jailhouse witnesses are going to be coming because they've just referenced them. So I think that it will I think it's less likely now that Charlie will come. They've flown him all the way down from South Dakota, but they may not actually use him. We will see. Otherwise, it's going to be really quick. That would be very interesting to see them try to get Charlie Adelson on the stand, cross-examined, examined fast enough. That's hard to even imagine. All right, well, let's get started straight off with polls. So I want to know what y'all think about the flight to Vietnam. Like, where do you place this in okay, where do you place that in importance, flight to Vietnam importance? Do you think, here, let's, I'm going to rephrase that. Is it consciousness of guilt? What that means is, does it show Donna knew she was guilty? Is flight to Vietnam consciousness of guilt? And so I want it like on in like evidence of, I don't know if I'm I'll have enough evidence of consciousness of guilt. And yes, so yes, very strong. Yes, strong. We'll do somewhat, and then we'll add an option of not really. I'm wondering where you place that. What do you think about that particular issue? So while we're doing that poll, let's talk a little bit more about what were some of the most important points. And we'll go through that and see, get your view on that. Oh, this is from yesterday. Got too many notes here. Okay, here from today. We've had FBI Special Agent Sanford on the stand. We mostly had him on cross-examination, and I just didn't feel like it went that far. I was kind of surprised by that. We got before cross, we got into the dates that everyone was arrested, just to kind of put that in perspective. We played that jail call from between Donna and Charlie where she thinks they have hung up. And she starts talking to people in the room, and she thinks she's not being recorded. She knew her conversation with Charlie was recorded because it says that at the beginning. What she didn't know was that it had continued on and was recording her anyway. So she, at this point, does things like she tells the person in the room that Wendy is not calling her, and Wendy has a lot to think about. Everyone is protecting Wendy. She also talks about getting all her affairs together in order to make sure the grandchildren are taken care of, particularly Charlie's son. And she's trying to get everything done before they leave. She has this plan to go to Vietnam, and she talks about it being a non-extradition country and doing research to make sure that it's a non-extradition country and wanting Wendy to help her, but Wendy won't call her back. Then there was also talk about the fact that she physically resisted giving the phone to the agents at the airport. There was an objection to that because at the airport, she did say, my attorney told me not to do that. And then they take it from her. She doesn't, knock anybody over. They did get that far with it. But my guess is they did a sidebar, and my guess is the prosecution said, well, if you'd like, we could play the entire tape of her being arrested, and the defense is withdrawn. Never mind. Then we got into cross, and it's hard for me to really even pull out the points that were made because I don't think it was super strong. We went into a lot of detail about Charlie wanting someone to call about the bump, and no one was doing it. Charlie telling Katie he was concerned it could be someone involved in the murder who was actually extorting them, who had come up to Donna and executed the bump. We did find at one point, I almost missed. Let's head back to it because I think it was Corey wanted us to do this poll. It was a really smart idea. There was also evidence of the planner in 2014. This is before he got off direct. In 2014, Donna kept a planner. Apparently she did every year. And in that planner, she had Daniel Markel's vehicle and license plate listed. That it was an 08 Accord and a tag number. The reason that's super important is because as we did our poll, we asked, do you have your adult child-in-law's license plate number? Because I said, well, I get I'm not organized enough to do that. I mean, someone said I don't know my own. I don't know my own tag either. So I definitely do not know in-laws tags. That's like way outside what I can do. But maybe she's just super organized. But when we saw it, it wasn't like it was in a list of all the possible tags where she might need to get that. Nothing like that in case of some problem or emergency. And 94% of you voted that you do not have your adult child in-law's license plate number. And only 6% of you did have it. So 94% were like, no, that's not some information that I keep. Speaking of, we're almost at the end of August, the Make a Will month. I have an affiliate link with LegalZoom, which I use to make a will for my own dad. I don't have any kind of wills and estates background, even though I am an attorney, and I needed a will for him. I was all stressed about it, wasn't sure how to do it. It was so incredibly easy with LegalZoom. And then we got it notarized at UPS for $12. And this whole thing was suddenly off my chest that I've been worrying about all this time. How am I going to get this done? When am I going to get this done? It was so easy. And I really do believe people need wills. That is just makes sense. You don't have to keep your adult in-law's license plate number, but you do need a will. I will go that far. Okay, let's see how our voting has gone. Oh, y'all are big into the Vietnam. So your vote for Vietnam is, and I'll have to write this down so I can use it tonight when I do the recap. Okay, is flight to Vietnam evidence of consciousness of guilt? And yes, very strong. I guess I need to end the poll. Okay, I will end the poll and it will pop up in just a second. Yes, very strong is 65% of you. Yes, strong is 19%. Somewhat is 11%. And not really is 4%. And I would put myself somewhere between somewhat and yes, strong, primarily because they do have that recording where she says that she wants to find a non-extradition country. If they didn't have that, I'd put it at not really, but that makes it at least, well, I'm going to put it in yes, strong, probably because of that extra evidence that they had. That probably will be an appellate issue. It's a question of whether or not that portion of the phone call that happened after she believes she's hung up, was it reasonable for her to believe she had hung up? And was it reasonable for them to use and to continue recording? Okay, so let's do our next poll. We'll pop into our next poll, which is going to be about some of the points from this morning. And we're going to be asking, what do you think is the most important point among these? There were more than these made this morning. Most important point of the morning. Okay, one is going to be early focus on the Adelsons. That was part of the defense. One is coming back. And what the defense was trying to say is you laser focused in on the Adelsons long before you really should have. And you never really looked at anybody else. In fact, you total interviewed 25 or fewer people. This is not like a really detailed investigation. You just said the Adelsons did it, and then you tried to figure out how to prove that. Okay, coming back to the bar mitzvah. The new evidence is that there was a bar mitzvah for one of Wendy's children in January. And the defense has suggested that Donna Adelson planned to come back for that. So she was leaving in November, but coming back in January. Their point, she's not leaving for forever. She's just leaving temporarily while she is going to go over to Vietnam for vacation or something like that. It's open-ended. She doesn't have any return trip planned, but she is going to come back. So we'll add that. I won't put in Danny's car tab because that is on the other side. It's on the prosecution side. Yeah, I hate to do that because we'll mix up our points. Wendy never pointed to Lacoste. And maybe never is the wrong word. Didn't point to Lacoste. Okay, so what they were trying to say is Jeffrey Lacoste suggested when he was on the stand that Wendy intentionally was trying to make him look like he may have been the murderer. In fact, it was the people who were doing the hit came up from Miami to Tallahassee twice, both times coincidentally timed to exactly when Jeffrey Lacoste was about to go out of town. And that was Wendy's grand plan because she wanted it to look like he had committed the murder and now was hightailing it out of town. But she never mentioned him or brought him up during the course of the interrogation by the police, the interview. And the only person who brought him up was a friend of hers came in and mentioned Jeffrey Lacoste. And that's when police first became aware of him and first became interested in him. So intriguingly, she threw her mom and dad and brother under the bus, but not her boyfriend. So we'll add that and let's see if there's another fact we want to put in. Oh, again, that's from yesterday. All right, what else? They were after the Adelsons early on. They were getting money records and so forth. I'll throw this in. The tattoo on Katie's ribs. Like, why was that relevant? Why did we even have that? I still would like to, is that the most important point? Perhaps you all think that. All right. Charlie told Katie she was full-time. That was another point where Charlie said in one of the recordings that she should not worry because she was going to be kept on full-time. I'm not sure exactly why that was brought up. You could cut that either way, but we will use, I've been too long on something. They won't let me. She was full-time. Let's see if I can take off nope. Okay. Full-time will be misspelled because I'm out of room. Okay. So I'm missing the E at the end. So you'll just have to kind of guess that the E would have been there. Okay, so let's see which point really struck you this morning. Something where you said, that's really important. I think that really matters. Okay, let me head back over into the chat over here. All right. So I will see, I have several different screens open. It gets kind of confusing. So we'll answer just a couple of questions, but I'm going to take my lunch break here. That'll give me a little time to look at my notes and maybe come back with even another poll. And right before trial gets started, we will do more questions then. So if you've got something you've really been wondering about or thinking about, save that. And we'll take maybe like 20 minutes for lunch. I'll be right back. This is going to stay up. You don't have to go anywhere. The chat will be going, but I'll just step away and it'll just be a screen that says we'll be right back, and we'll come back in about 20 minutes. I see, but Lee, I thought Wendy had the event but didn't tell Donna. I think Diane is asking about the bar mitzvah. And I believe what happened was with the Markels, as opposed to with Donna Adelson, there was some discussion about how they were holding a bar mitzvah for one of the children. Wendi was, and the Markels were invited. And then Wendi at the last minute changed the date. She said, okay, we're not going to have it. And then she actually held an event anyway, to which the Markels were not invited. I don't remember full details on that, but I do remember exactly what you're talking about, Diane, about that. As far as Donna, though, I'm not aware of there not having been mention of that. Donna, of course, could not have attended any bar mitzvah in January of 2014 because she was in jail. So she definitely didn't attend. If they held one at all, maybe Harvey, but not Donna. And I'm going to give the poll. Let's see how our poll is doing. Okay. All right. Well, I'll let it go a little bit. We have, I imagine we'll be getting in more votes. Don't forget to vote on the poll, because y'all will help me narrow down for focusing when I do the summary each afternoon. After we finish the testimony, I do a recap right here. So if you're live with me, you can watch that live. And then I pull it out and post it separately. So if you don't have time for an all day watching a trial, you can just watch the recap. So that'll be posted later. And some people prefer that format to watching all day. So I'll let okay, voting is going pretty quick here according to my back counter. So I'll let it hit a few more votes before I call it on that. I think there is another person I need to respond to over here. Anne is asking me, and thank you for the super chat, Anne, about the reason for the prosecution not bringing up Donna talking about end of life plans. Let's just put it that way. She was, of course, getting all of her affairs in order. But I really believe the reason that they have not talked about it is because it's not technically relevant. They did present this in the course of the phone call. They presented the entire phone call, and it included discussion from her about that. To me, that doesn't necessarily mean consciousness of guilt. It means Charlie had been convicted literally the day before. He was in this special confinement that would prevent him from any kind of harm, and because of what had just happened. And that's normally what they do in a jail right after a conviction. He was miserable and facing now life in prison. So I think Donna's reaction, if anything, might garner some sympathy for her. And I think that would be the reason to stay away from it. They went ahead and used it because it was part of that phone call. But it's a double-edged sword, because the jury may think that poor woman, she was just driven to the end of her rope. Or they might think, just as you suggest, well, maybe that suggests that she really felt like she was going to be convicted because she had something to hide. It's in evidence. Her discussion was in evidence to the extent the jury was able to read the transcript and understand what she said. So that would be my thought on that. All right, let's head over. All right, we've exceeded 500 votes. So I'm going to call it. If you're about to vote, lock it in quick, and ending. Okay, so here is what you have told me. Most important point from the defense of the ones I listed. You may have other points. In fact, please, if you're in the chat, go ahead and put in what you think were some of the most important things. That definitely helps me because it lets me know what is registering with you. What I think might be most important, that's one person's opinion. You may have some other things that really hit you. So that helps me sort of narrow down what I want to talk about when I talk about the key points of the day in the recap I do at the end of the day. Okay, what happened to our poll? It disappeared on me. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you thought early focus on the Adelsons was number one, and you gave that 42%. Charlie telling Katie she was full-time was a 22%. Coming back to the bar mitzvah, which, and admittedly, there's not direct evidence of that. There's just the word from the attorney, and there is evidence that it actually was going to take place. It was in the planner. the same planner where Dan Markel's license was written. No, it couldn't have been. It would have been a newer planner. That was a 2014 one. Okay, coming back to the bar mitzvah was 21%. And Wendy didn't point to Lacoste, so therefore must not have set him up. Got 13%. Okay, great. Thank you very much for your help on that. I will see you all in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to share that screen so we can, let's see, stop that screen, share the screen. All right. Well, I will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. We are in for a wild afternoon with some brand new evidence about what Donna was doing in jail. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope that you all had a great lunch. I want to get started talking some about this case and what's going to be happening this afternoon, what we can expect. I think one of the big surprises is I am really wondering whether Charlie is actually going to testify or not. They are planning a rapid fire into the prosecution case all in one afternoon. They've acknowledged it may bleed over a little bit into Tuesday. Monday is a national holiday, but it may go a little bit into Tuesday, but they're mostly planning to wrap it up today. And we know of at least two witnesses left, the two jailhouse witnesses who will talk about what they say Donna asked them to do or say. A lot of this is shrouded in mystery. We have been waiting and waiting for this. But as far as what we're going to hear, it's going to be a little bit of a mystery. We're going to be hearing from them this afternoon, and the judge actually swore Donna in just before lunch and said, do you understand the way that this is going to be presented by your defense, and are you okay with this? So can't wait for that. I have no idea what the plan is on that. That should be super, super interesting. At this point, I can't really tell you any more than that, except I'm very curious, as you are. My big concern as to whether Charlie will come on, they brought him down from South Dakota, so it isn't like they had much question. They planned to go to all that trouble. They were planning to bring him for sure. But that is a mighty quick end if it includes Charlie, because he's a talker, and I don't see how they get through it all that fast. Maybe they'll get him up and down super fast and they'll be able to do it. That might maybe happen, but it also seems like a very quick thing to do if they're even thinking about ending today. So I'm counting on Charlie coming. I'm still assuming it's going to happen, but I do have some question. Primary reason I have a question, I guess, is that with the last witness, FBI Special Agent Sanford, in the redirect, they got into detail about Charlie's theory of the case. And Georgia Kappelman was able to lay it out and skewer it just as she did in Charlie's trial. So it's now been laid out for the jury. They understand what Charlie argued and how that plays in with what his mother is arguing in her trial. So do they need Charlie anymore? That's a little bit of a question. That is a little bit of a question. Well, speaking of questions, let's do your questions. I'll start right here. The last one popped up is Brendan. Brendan is wondering about the whole garage code. Yeah, I thought of that at lunch. Brendan we heard bizarrely from the defense that the code that, as one of the conversations that was least understandable yesterday related to Charlie talking about Katie going into his garage and something about her shirt, taking off her shirt. It was all very confusing. Apparently, she had, according to the defense, tattooed his garage code on her ribs. Why? I don't know. I mean, people can change a garage code. It doesn't seem like that makes a lot of sense. And Brendan is saying, well, maybe it was the other way around. Maybe she had this number and then Charlie made his garage code match her number. And I was thinking that would almost make more sense, because why would you tattoo? I mean, can't you picture it? You tattoo the number and then they change it. You have to draw a line, tattoo a line through it, put in another number, draw a line through it. After a while, your entire side consists of 4-digit numbers. Why would you even do that? So I agree with you, Brendan. I was thinking about that too. JCMN is asking about how you turn on the gifted memberships. We've had several people give memberships, and you can receive one as a gift. Randomly, YouTube assigns these. And Marlon and Mama Pinks, our two gloriously wonderful mods, will put that in the chat for you, explaining how to do it. I do want to give a big shout out to both of them. They do so much work, and I'm very, very grateful for them. All right, looking for question marks at the beginning. That's how I'll know. Let's take a look. I cannot remember if I talked about Pascaline's question here. Do you think right now Donna testifying is still a good idea? And Pascaline, who is from France, says she's wondering, according to her, maybe a mistake. And at this stage, I'm really not seeing what she adds, assuming they stick to their defense. And their defense has been that there's no proof of Donna. She's separate and different from everybody else. They've associated her with the prosecution, basically, with Dan Markel, and put everybody else on the other side of the table. Even Wendi. They put all of them are on the other side. The two hitmen, the girlfriend of Charlie who hired them, Charlie, and possibly Wendi. And she stands alone. They've really focused in on what evidence is about Donna. So I agree with you. The big question I have is whether we fully understand Donna's defense. It may be there's some point she needs to get out. For the most part, I think it would be a mistake. Thus far, that's kind of my impression right now. I mean, of course, most lawyers would say that anyway, no matter what. But for now, that's kind of where I'm leaning, unless there's some defense I'm not realizing. And let's see. Sherry Sykes is thinking that on the jury, she would only be able to find Donna not guilty, or maybe accessory after the fact, but not on anything related to the actual murder itself. And that's exactly what the defense is going for. I think that they are trying to draw that exact distinction. I appreciate your thought on that. They are really working hard for that. Thank you for your comment. All right, let's take a look at some more questions over here. Jeremiah, not that Jordan needs any help, and that's the truth. Isn't she a phenomenal lawyer? But what kind of advice about the trial would you give her this weekend? I think her trial is pretty much done and laid out. I think she's got what she has to say. Right now, they're going to be preparing for whatever response they need to make to the witnesses Donna is going to bring. We are still a bit in the dark about Donna's case, other than what they said in opening statements. I assume Georgia knows a lot more about that than we do. I don't know that I would give her any advice other than read every word she can get hold of that every witness said. That's how you put together a cross-examination, in my opinion. That's how you figure out where the weaknesses are and where the contradictions are. But she'll be doing that anyway. I'm sure she doesn't need anything from me. You're absolutely right about that, Jeremiah. Okay, reality check. If you're a member, can you still receive a free membership and then not be billed for the month? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. I'm not exactly sure how YouTube does that. By the way, if you want to join, you don't have to wait for one of the gifted memberships. There's a join button right down there below this video next to the lawyer lead. If you're on your iPhone, you may not see the button. If so, you need to go in through your computer, or you can use the browser on your iPhone. You just can't use the iPhone itself. All right, let's see. Looking for question marks at the beginning. And here's one from Neon Sky. Do you think the doctor that gave Katie money was actually rent money he owes to Charlie, and it's a way of hiding all the money coming directly from Charlie? That's possible. I mean, it's not impossible. I just think that unless there's evidence about why that was paid, that I think I wouldn't draw any assumption about it. Maybe this guy had a direct relationship with Katie. I mean, I don't know what kind, but maybe he had a connection with her and he was paying her as a result of that. Maybe she sold something that he was purchasing, or there was some other reason. But unless I have proof, this is me speaking personally, unless there's some kind of proof that it is related to this, to me, it's not related. I mean, they could have brought the guy to say what it was for, and they haven't done that. So to me, I would not count that, just speaking personally. Mildred, wasn't there some surprise witness coming? Maybe that's the issue Donna was sworn in about. Yesterday, there was an objection that centered around a witness they would have today. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's go back to our notes from yesterday. So we were talking about the various documents that might be used, which included a jail call. Could that be related to these new witnesses? Not new, we knew about them, but we don't know a lot about what they're going to say. And there were photos and then a 14-minute call. I don't see how it related to anything except maybe Charlie. But I can't say just for absolute sure. There was talk about tomorrow, these documents will be needed for tomorrow, as if you're going to need to have the answer to whether this new information produced by the state is proper or not. You're going to need to have that answer before tomorrow. So I think that's coming in. The issue Donna was sworn about, he specifically mentioned one of the two people from the jail who were testifying against Donna. And so that's what I think that's going to relate to. All right. And that was from Mildred. Thank you, Mildred. I'm looking for question marks at the beginning. Stuff you want to talk about before we get started. Speaking of which, let me make sure yep. Let's make sure this is to go. We have to turn that off, but I want it on so we won't miss anything if they start back. All right. Back to looking for the question marks at the beginning. Here's from Linda. Donna's lawyer playing I'm dumb, don't know about airports. I probably won't get this wrong. Just plain, I'm just a humble, honest. So I think Linda is saying she wasn't really buying the confusion around exactly what you called what in airports. I get what you're saying, Linda. And certainly her first question when she came out, she's like, I just have a question. I'm like, oh, you don't really have a question. You know what the answer to whatever you're going to ask is. But on the airports, it seemed like he was contradicting her on little words over and over again and not answering her question. So I think she was trying to put that aside and say, okay, let's forget the exact word. Let's just talk about what happened and you answer my question. That was my thinking around what she was saying about all those terms in the airport. She was saying, was this a breeze? Whatever it is. DJ, don't you think if the defendant does not testify, it looks bad to the jury? So much so, DJ, that there's a special instruction that the judge gives the jury saying, please don't consider don't consider the fact that they didn't testify against them. That's their right. And don't consider that. You can't use that as evidence against them. In the original jury selection, the defense actually said to the jury something about, can you make sure that you go back and if anybody says something like, hey, the witness, the defendant didn't testify, and you can say, oh, remember, we can't talk about that. And will you all agree that everybody will make sure not to talk about that and set that up in advance? Obviously, one reason you might do that is if the defendant isn't going to testify. Up until now, we had thought she would. The defense lawyers told the judge twice in one hearing about when Donna testifies, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think it looks bad, and that's why there's the instruction, and it never completely fixes things. Helps a little. So that would be my answer on that. What kind of elements do you think Georgia should focus on most when cross-examining defense witnesses? Alex K asks. It really depends on who the witness is. Like if it's an expert witness, she's going to need to focus on problems with how they gathered or assessed the information because that's their specialty. So for example, if it's a cell phone expert and they contradict one of the state's experts, she's going to talk about why they contradict and what the differences were, what they learned versus what some other experts said. And she's going to try to convince the jury that what her expert said, what law enforcement said, was better, more valid than what you're now hearing from this defense expert. But when it comes to a fact witness, it's going to depend on what the person says. For example, what kind of negative information do they know that would undermine what they've said thus far that helps the defense? Let's say Harvey took the stand, and I don't think Harvey would take the stand, but let's say Harvey took the stand. Then she's going to want to focus on Harvey's potential involvement and facts that make Harvey look guilty, which is why I don't think he would take the stand. As far as as far as cross-examining him, she's going to want to make him look like he has a bias, he has a reason to not tell the truth, that he knows facts that aren't being told, anything like that. That would be where I would head if I were she. Hey, Myrinda is a new member. Welcome. We are super glad to have you as a new member. And Sherry is following up again on her last comment. Her last comment was that if she were on the jury, she couldn't find Donna Adelson guilty, maybe accessory after the fact, but not on the actual thing she's presently charged with around the murder. But she wants to add that her gut says she was involved, but she wants to follow the law, which is really important, and which says it's not a gut instinct that you make a decision on. It's a question of whether the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's our standard in the United States. And that's the question that the jury will be responsible for answering. Thank you for your additional comment. All right, still looking for those question marks as we talk. Mary was very impressed with the bombshell about Donna having Dan's license number written in her planner. That was a surprise. It's possible that there is some excuse for that. She can't give that excuse unless she takes the stand, right? And then one question would be, did she keep that in any other year? I assume, and in fact, Wendy sold that car, didn't we? Seems like we had some evidence about Wendy, selling that car at the end of it, but maybe it wasn't Wendy. Maybe it was Dan's parents who would have sold it. Emotiva is wondering about Wendy. That's, in fact, I'm going to write that down because we all are. We are all wondering about that, Emotiva, and wondering, do I think they're going to try Wendy next? I believe they have circled around it and pushed toward it and wanted it for a long, long time. They also have moved very slowly and carefully. So I don't see them doing anything rash, but they arrested Donna a week later. But what we pretty much learned today was that wasn't even planned. That was done kind of last minute when they realized she was about to leave the country. They rushed. They did not even make the decision to definitely present it to a grand jury and to prosecute her until Monday when she bought her ticket in the morning to leave that evening. So they did it right away. They knew about the phone call in jail between Donna and Charlie. They hadn't made up their minds. They then took that information that in one day, they made the decision and got the indictment and went ahead or got an arrest warrant and went ahead and arrested her that day. All right, looking for questions. Michelle, can Rashbaum have ramifications for any involvement in the Adelsons' attempt to flee? So Michelle, I thought a lot about that because he already got in some trouble related to the question of conflict when he had represented Charlie and then took over the representation of Donna. Trouble isn't quite the right word because it wasn't something, as far as I know, that went to a bar complaint. I just mean the judge was upset. The judge was really upset that there was this delay. I think everyone was upset that there was a delay. So as to the question about his involvement, the state and the defense have made it clear that there was, both of them in their examination, it was not illegal for Donna to flee the country. What Daniel Rashbaum told her was correct. And furthermore, we did get word from the defense that there had actually been a request from her counsel to the state attorney general's office. Is it okay if Donna leaves? And they said, yes, it is okay. So all of this ended up being kind of, as the defense would argue, an embarrassing setup that didn't need to happen. Maybe she would have turned herself in if they had just if they had just let things play through. They said she could leave, and now they're trying to use it against her. That would be how the defense would view it. So as far as ramifications, I don't think so, because what he advised them was not illegal or wrong. And he frankly was pretty accurate. He said, you could do all this and you get there and they arrest you. He apparently had said, it looks to me like they're going to arrest you. So Sherry is also saying, and thank you for all your super chats, Sherry, that as an accountant, I don't find checks in sequential to be abnormal. I've issued 12 sequential checks before. We don't know what Charlie told his mom. So what she's referring to is the fact that there were numerous checks issued to Katie Medbanua, and they were written in a way that was different from the way that checks were written to other people at the Adelson Institute. Katie was being paid by the Adelson Institute, which was a dental practice owned by the Adelsons, but she didn't work there. And she now admits that. I think Charlie admitted that as well in his testimony. What Charlie said was these were bribe checks being given to her, and in order to save me, because I have been approached by various people through Katie, and they told me we murdered Dan Markel payout, and that they did that to get Charlie, to force him to make these payments to them. So in the course of writing the checks, Donna signed them, and some of them would be written several at once, or even backdated or front dated and given to Katie all at once. Charlie's explanation for that was he didn't want to be around Katie. He just wanted to give them to her, and you got paid for 6 months. That's it. That was his explanation at his trial. She's saying she doesn't see that as that abnormal. I do really agree that we don't know what Charlie told his mom is an important issue in this case. Charlie says he told her about the extortion, and so she wrote the checks partly to protect him from someone who is extorting him. We have not heard that story from Donna yet, so we will find out whether we do. Well, thank you, JCMN. I appreciate that. Lawyer Lee 2026. Hopefully he does not mean running for president. I do not think I would do that. But in any event, thanks for the flag and thanks for your super chat. And a second super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate both from JCMN. All right, headed back over, looking for more questions. I'm going to have to move. I think I better move to the bottom because I am really behind. Y'all have put in a lot of chats all at once. Jeremiah wants to know if I've ever worked with co-counsel and how would I grade Jackie and Zelman's teamwork. So I have worked most of the time. You work with co-counsel, and frankly, most cases, the vast majority of cases, you have co-counsel, and they seem to work pretty well together. They seem to have different styles and different strengths. So that's usually a good thing. You can divide the case up and fit everybody's strength, which is ideal. I'm going to go, if you put a question in the middle, I'm way behind, so I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. Oh, they're back. Oh. Dang it, I'm not at the end. Okay, so let me back up to where they were. Thank you for telling me that. They're not much back. They're about less than 2 minutes back. Okay, there we go. And share the screen. Okay.
Sherry, I hope you had an enjoyable lunchtime. State, please call your next witness.
I couldn't hear what she said. Detective, somebody. He'll spell it for us. I use that to catch up. There he is.
Will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
How are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127 Brickell Avenue, apartment 1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm gonna show you some of those, which I've marked as 143 through 163. Just take a moment to look through those.
Yes,
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that day?
yes.
This time
I
it
love
asks
houses.
objection.
I want to see this. I wonder if it's empty.
Objection. States 143 through 163 are admitted.
May I
Please
publish?
silence all devices. Yes.
Publishing states 144. Is it a condominium located in a high-rise?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
States Exhibit 145.
Wait, we're not getting to see?
Kind of the view from the entrance to the residence.
Yes, ma'am, that's
Hang
would
it.
be closest to the front door, looking in.
Oh, good.
And
That's hers or that's,
you observe some luggage there in the residence, I guess toward the entryway.
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147.
it's kind of odd since they already had their luggage because they were at the airport. Maybe Charlie brought their luggage back, sorry, Harvey brought their luggage back
Better
home.
when it's zoomed in.
That would make sense.
Or not. States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Wonder if their luggage went all the way to Vietnam and then had to be sent back.
Yes,
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai.
yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 150. As part of the search warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Interview. Did you also take possession of some visas? Publishing States 149 Vietnam visas?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Approach and show you what's been marked as States 129 and 130.
By the way, those visas were only 90-day. They probably could be extended, but that is something that suggests they weren't trying to stay the whole time. I mostly believe they were. I'm just saying that they would have to overcome that issue.
Are those the visas that were seized?
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
129 and 130 are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 146. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is this planner, is this how it was, open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Approaching the States 59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see that's pictured on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when compounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 59.
Objection.
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't moving it in. 59A served, showing you that now. The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified and 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate copies of pages from 59?
From what it appears, yes.
This time I'd ask to move to evidence 59A.
Any objection?
Objection.
59A is admitted.
Publishing states 143. Was this note present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Let's,
Correct.
want to go back
On
and
the
stop
floor.
it there. Oh, it's hard to catch that exact moment. So that gun it's a note that is basically, they're going to say, explaining to Wendy, since they're getting rid of possessions. That's what it does seem like. Wendy, this is an M11 gun and can only be sold with the paperwork enclosed. Contact this person. It is to be sold. So they're informing Wendy, here's how you're going to go through this. And that does support the state's case that she was more or less liquidating.
About an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Yeah, you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure. November 14th, 2023.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Didn't tell us what it was open to, the planner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Came all the way from Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverdi, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge?
Yeah, our team. I was the applicant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, well, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist, and we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm
Did
just
you-
going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not. Okay. All right. Let's see here just a second. Did you make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc. If it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, et cetera, et cetera.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
I'm not sure what she's implying. Maybe that he missed some stuff.
Based on the evidence, as States Exhibit 160, does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the states, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
You're good.
In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay, I am just fascinated. Where are we headed?
160, does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay, did you notice anything else?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old. See that little light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there. I'm not.
Okay. Did you all, excuse me. Do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No,
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe. No.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so. Yes.
Maybe they're getting that she didn't have cash with her. She left all the cash behind, or didn't have a lot of cash, or didn't staple her cash.
And what time did you say you left?
I'm not sure.
I don't recall
You don't recall?
what time we left. It might have been 3 something.
3 something? So you were there at least a couple of hours.
By the time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m. So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought. When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please.
So it was the Staples. That's where she was headed. They didn't find stapled cash.
One of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay.
That's
thank you.
wild.
Nothing further.
I would have thought they would have.
You may step down, Detective. Will you be recalled?
No, sir.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They called Patricia Bird.
Okay, waiting for the next witness. I don't know why the state put that up even. It didn't seem like they found anything. It gave the defense a little bit to talk about. There wasn't stapled money in Donna's apartment. Quick answer to Leslie while we're waiting. We did hear a witness say that for quite some time they've been, oh, this must be one of the jail witnesses.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Tell Brandon if you can adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Bird,
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A, Bird, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes,
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
yes,
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
yes,
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
yes. I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case
Yes,
that you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
yes,
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
yes,
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
yes,
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No,
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes,
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's an open day where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together.
Yes,
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women.
yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right, and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes,
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
yes,
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Dina Burnhart.
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
Yes,
Were you and Drina the closest
yes,
to her? I mean,
yes, ma'am.
once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay. So she said she did do it and she did it to keep her grandkids,
Yes,
but she didn't expect it to go this far.
yes.
Okay, there was a bit of a
Did Donna
difference in the way they said that. The way the witness said it was, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. And the way I interpret that is she's saying like they were supposed to rough him up or do something that would cause him to change his mind about pressing for the things about custody, which is different from the way that it sounded when the prosecutor said it. So, because the prosecutor said she didn't expect it to go this far, as if all the way to where she would ever be caught. So interesting difference. You could hear it either way.
Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Catherine McDaniel?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Catherine McDaniel?
Yes,
Was that several years ago?
yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with McDaniel for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with McDaniel?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with McDaniel, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that me and Bonwan told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes,
What did she offer you?
a trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land,
Yes,
and that her husband could fix your teeth,
yes,
like veneers.
yes.
Now, was any of that true as far as did Mag Banwa ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes,
Like what?
she would buy canteen and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
and
you,
noodles and stuff like that.
okay. But it costs money to buy those things.
Yes,
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you.
yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
it was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Meg Banwa said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay. But that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
We spoke to Lindsay Knight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Dina Burnhart?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah. Did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes,
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
they did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
Just a second.
Cross-examination.
So this is the testimony we've been waiting for, that no one knew quite what it would be. She's one of two witnesses. The defense has another who will contradict this, at least not as to this witness, but apparently as to the other witness we're about to hear from, probably right after Miss Bird.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple of weeks ago?
Yes,
Okay, do you remember saying that she was white?
yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
So it wasn't the attorney.
And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes,
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
and to the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes,
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male.
yes,
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
yes,
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator.
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer.
I did.
Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss McBanawa was false?
I did.
All of it.
I did.
Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Miss McBanawa was manipulative?
I did.
Is that true?
It is.
Now you testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss McBanawa?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Okay, that's interesting. So he's trying to divide this out as the confession was just to writing the checks as opposed to killing Dan Markel. And she doesn't really, the witness doesn't really know exactly what the confession was to.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
how many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorney's offices?
Twice.
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times.
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said that, then that's what it was.
I don't have it.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So I think Georgia Kappelman is saying, let's prove it, that she actually said 2 times instead of 1 time. That she met with a female investigator. I'm not sure why it matters yet. This is an important witness for them, for the state, an important witness for the defense to deal with, in other words, for Donna, because this is direct suggestion that Donna is trying to manipulate the courtroom setting so that she can win, that she was trying to do that. And it's not just one person who will come and say that, but 2. I like the octopus on that computer. That's very intriguing.
I'll refer you, I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Moulin and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20. And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you just read that to yourself, please? Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
So when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, and here's why I think what I think they're aiming for. They're trying to say, no wonder the state thought this was some big deal and Donna was out to really manipulate testimony, because the witness made it sound like the defense investigators were out there all the time, 4 to 5 times, trying to get nailed down this testimony against Katie, and that actually it was a lot less involved than that. And that may be why the state ended up never charging on it. But they are presenting it.
Bird, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
We don't have what that is, though.
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes,
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
yes,
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
on a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes,
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
yes,
And your own attorney?
yes,
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Catherine McBanois, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of,
Okay. And she said yes.
and she said yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by other parties?
I find that really hard to believe. I just cannot picture Donna saying that. I mean, they refused to meet with the police. They were so careful. They hired all these attorneys, and she's just going to tell people around her in jail, yeah, I did it. That just seems so surprising.
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
Folks.
Potentially, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Bird, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Dina Burnhart.
Did they say Drano was next? Yep.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Burnhart. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Dina Burnhart, DrinaBernhardt.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you in currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the first case I want to ask you about is the BOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No,
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
no,
Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
no, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Do you have 27 prior convictions involving either felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right, were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We're together 24/7, so
All right, can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
yes, initially, it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal things like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Did she paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61. This is one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence State 61.
Objection. There you are. State 61 is the motion.
Permission to publish.
You may.
This would have to feel like quite the betrayal.
So is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
There's a little bit of this, though, that sort of goes toward Donna because she seems like she's being really nice to everyone in the prison. I mean, there's nothing you get that's, evil woman, really full of herself, out to get everybody. You kind of get the opposite flavor.
And did you return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was something that she was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay, and was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Donna, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case?
I'm just rolling my eyes on that because I think her first one, well, yeah, I started off with selfish reasons. I mean, I would feel more comfortable, honestly, with a witness like the first one, Patricia, who it's like, well, I'm hoping for that. That just, to me, seems more honest, and that suddenly from the prison with multiple convictions related to honesty charges, she suddenly was hoping for justice for the Markels.
Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
I bet.
Something that she brought up often, or only
Yeah.
one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanoa somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanwa from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanawa to you, or did you bring Magbanawa up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanawa.
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanawa.
And Miss Magbanawa, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Move it out of State 62.
An objection. Objection.
This should be interesting.
And publish.
Keep back.
Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
Wow,
This is what she wanted
Q&A.
you to say in court.
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
That's actually pretty believable because she does seem like somebody with a real need to control. And this is very much, trying to keep control of everything. Like even how did you meet Donna?
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here. It says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
Wow, that's
And over here,
a rather bold story. because it contradicts what Charlie said. It's not that it's totally opposite, it's still the extortion theory, but he had cash there. There was a small amount of cash compared to the third of $1 million that got paid 130,000. So it doesn't quite fit. It's a little bit off in terms of what the story from Charlie was.
Continues, but she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his friend. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Catherine McDaniel ever say any of that to you?
No,
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
no,
There's a part on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the 1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Kay say any of this to you?
No.
Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type of language that Catherine McDaniel would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
But that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December.
Let's back up a little. It just suddenly, it reset and I think it moved, we were a little bit behind, so it moved straight to that.
All right, so again, sorry.
We saw that.
Believed her that she was keeping him safe. At the type would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
Thing or promise you anything in exchange for
That's where we were.
reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
None of that came to fruition.
no.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think Obed, I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released, that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay. And who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Did that ever happen?
Before you cross, please approach.
Okay, well, save a little time there.
Is it true that you were testified that you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Bird, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you've been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you first,
All right,
when
just
you met
who
with
did
them
she
on
say that to? I'm gonna
that day,
back. Oh,
the offer that you'd had at that, do a good job. Isn't that true?
I'm on her.
Called office on December 20th of 2024. Towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. That violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes.
He's trying to show she could have gotten a big old sentence. She didn't. They struck her a deal. I mean, I think everybody ought to just acknowledge they struck her a deal. And then the jury decides if they believe her or not. There are 2 witnesses who say the same thing. That's pretty good. They both have some incentive. So that's just something the jury has to weigh.
Identification purposes.
I imagine the new Pat Bird was to suggest maybe they worked
Judgment is sentenced.
a plan together.
Surrendered on September 1st of 2023. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
So this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling, 1 count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day, unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement,
Yes.
and you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Now, specifically says, if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again,
I did.
and you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions,
I just didn't go.
and you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
Maybe he needs to give her a card.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge,
Mhm.
that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get out of jail free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her,
We became friends, yes.
and you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions. No.
Just a moment.
So we do know that the defense has a witness, someone who went to the state, someone who is going to say that Dina Burnhart, in fact, was pushing and asking Donna questions. That would be a problem from the state's point of view because they're not allowed to push her. They're not allowed to push Donna because she's represented by counsel to make admissions and to do things like that, even through another inmate. And so that's why he's asking about this area. We'll page through while he talks to his
It's
counsel.
sufficiently clear.
Before you ask your next question,
Please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir. And that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You'd go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes,
You didn't show up for probation.
correct.
So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes,
So he's basically saying, look, this isn't like it's going to be a full-blown trial where they're going to decide if you're guilty. All they're going to say is, you already admitted you violated your probation. We're the probation board, and the minimum requirement is 15 years.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
oh, no, actually, the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes,
Okay.
Well, no,
And-
they didn't show that.
You wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I wonder why the prosecution didn't show that.
Tell my client she was naive about jail.
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I
Did you-
honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write.
Yes.
That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Were you ever advised to say anything other than the truth here today?
No?
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer
Yes, ma'am.
from somebody, not me,
Correct.
hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're gonna have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story
No.
to tell her?
No, ma'am.
It does seem like it would be something she wouldn't know.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party? Ms. Burnhart, you remain under your subpoena. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
So this witness may be recalled after
Please call
the
the next
defense
witness, state.
witness, I presume, in the state's rebuttal case. Did they go for break? Is that what we're doing? So I don't hear anything. And the judge is gone. Oh, they're having a sidebar. Okay, I see. Don't want to go too far past where we are. Okay, here comes the next witness, I believe.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need to.
Did you bring your computer with you?
I didn't. I brought my flash drive.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you?
Is this someone
Please
from the
introduce yourself and spell your
jail?
name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebuteler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center and the Forensic Document Examination Section.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines, in order to determine source or authenticity of a question document.
What training and education do you have to perform those duties?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year, 2-phase training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Forensic Document Examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases. The first phase was mostly reading academic texts, published articles, and research on all aspects of forensic document examination. Once I successfully completed an all-encompassing oral board and passing all the written and practical examinations, I was then allowed to move to phase 2 of training, which was supervised casework, in which I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of the certified analysts in the section. Once I successfully completed the mock trial at the end of that phase, I was then allowed to move to independent casework, which I have been doing ever since.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of forensic document examination?
I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
And what is forensic document examination?
Forensic document examination is a highly specialized forensic discipline in which we examine items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, or office machines, in order to determine the source or authenticity of that document. Source meaning, was it written by a particular person, printed by a particular office machine? Authenticity, is it genuine, is it counterfeit, or has it been altered in some way? When I complete my examinations of the evidence, I then write a report as to my findings and, when necessary, testify to those.
How is handwriting identifiable to a particular individual?
The best way to explain how handwriting is identifiable is to ask each of you to remember back to when you first learned to write. You typically learned in the 2nd or 3rd grade using a copybook. You learned to make repeated iterations of each of the letters of the alphabet as well as the numbers until you had the basic model of each letter, each word, lowercase and uppercase. You learn to put them on a baseline. You learn to make uppercase letters taller than lowercase letters. However, we've all deviated, as adults, we've all deviated from that original copybook style we were taught. And it's those deviations that are the individual handwriting characteristics that I examine in a question handwriting sample and then compare to a known handwriting sample to see if the same characteristics are from the question are present in the known and are similar to one another.
Once you've made a comparison between a known sample and a question sample, how do you report your results?
We have several levels of conclusions that we use in the field. We have on one side the identification, and this is the opinion of which the examiner has reviewed all the material and has found that the question writing was in fact written by the known writer. And at the other side of the other end of the scale is elimination, and that's after reviewing all the material, the examiner has found that there are significant differences and that it is not the writer. Down from each of those, we have a highly probably wrote and a highly probably did not write. Then we have a probable wrote, probably did not write, indications may not have written, or indications may have written, indications may not have written, and in the middle is our neutral, could neither identify nor eliminate opinion.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 59, introduced into evidence 59A, and introduced into evidence 62.
I imagine she's going to say that Q&A that we saw is Donna's handwriting.
Butler to open your bags.
No, sir, I don't think that would be necessary.
Go ahead.
Showing
Thank you.
you states exhibit 59 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what did you do with that exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I inventoried to describe the contents of it. I then digitally scanned it and then used it as the purported known writing of Donna Adelson in my handwriting comparison.
And states exhibit 59A, does that exhibit contain the scanned pages that you selected from 59 to use as your known sample?
Some of the pages, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did have one additional page in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And states exhibit 62, is this the question sample that you used to compare against the known sample in states exhibit 59?
Yes, these are the images of the question document.
Okay. Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist the jury in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
Has been published?
So she's going to show a PowerPoint explaining why this is Donna's handwriting and
This
how
is
she.
only a demonstrative. You're not seeking to
It's a
admit.
demonstrative.
A little tedious on this one.
Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the two exhibits that you compared as we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample, next slide. Okay, wait, go back one. Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials. So whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're not just picking out like, oh, she makes her S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present, that is present in the question, is present in the known or not. And if it's it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's skip to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look for the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents. Thank you so much. So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages. I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing. And I have put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
Does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh,
for you.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at the bottom near the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of flat on one side but pointed or angled on the other side of the W, on the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side, very flat, but on the right side, a very sharp angle up to the top. And then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right. And that's pointed out in both the red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y, the structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pen lift where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the two separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they. And you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the two strokes, where there's a bit of a pen drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the
Donna looks very bored.
crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pen lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the lowercase h's staff. You can see that same characteristic with the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pen drag or a pen lift in that area. You can see that in the lowercase in the word there and the lowercase t and h combination in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they, the lowercase e. The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter. And instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop E was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column, where you can see the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y and they in the question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word y in the known column on the first line. Natural variations are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing different variations of a lowercase y or any letter and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion. So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The uppercase M in Miami has an interesting structure. The staff of it has an open loop formation. So it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff on the left side of the M. This same formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle. And the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase a of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the A sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the 4th line in the known column. Moving on to the word and in the questioned column, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle. But whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing, also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row. The spacing relationship between the lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the n is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the D, the bottom of the D. And that particular spacing characteristic was found within the question as well as the known. And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve, but instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bold lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column. The next word in the question column is the word once, the lowercase NTS, where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase n and s are nearly touching, which is odd because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter in a word. So the s touching the n, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants on the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching. The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s to the formation of the lowercase s in the word once on the in the question column, that particular characteristic was found.
So we just have to kind of endure as she goes through the various words. Bottom line, she's going to go through all of this and say, yep, same person wrote it. Donna wrote this Q&A that you just saw from the person she was in jail with. It's Donna's. Donna wrote it. It wasn't anything written by someone else in the jail. I presume Donna had questioned that, or they would not have this witness. I see some of your comments. She does seem very nervous, calming down a little bit. But the bottom line is she completely knows her field, and nobody's really going to be able to contradict her.
Within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop as it makes a counterclockwise loop around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants as well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever. The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. That is indicating is that the left side of the W is actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column 8 within the word once. I didn't use the slaves the whole time. The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side. Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The t crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shape with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace.
Yeah, that is
that
unusual.
particular characteristic was
That one.
also found within the known writing in the word deliver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the e and the r at the bottom. And that particular characteristic was also found within the word deliver and the word after in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples of some of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified the known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes.
Examination.
I would think cross would be pretty generic. You don't really know, you didn't look at, etc.
We've never contested that our client wrote that document.
Oh, okay.
You may step down. The comment is struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
I don't personally agree with that. If they went through all this thing as if Donna had this big argument against it, I think the defense has the right to say we never contested this. This was a waste of your time. And because if all they get up there is, if all that happens is they get up there and say, no questions, Your Honor, it's like, oh, well, she beat us, but we were trying to get away with something, which is a false impression if they never contested it. If I were the judge, I'd be like, why did we hear from this witness?
Please call your next witness. That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
Okay. All right. Did he say 3:35? That's a very quick break. We'll go all the way to the end, make sure we're all the way at the end. So let's talk about what we just saw, because we just saw two witnesses who were in jail with Donna, followed by a handwriting expert who confirmed that a document given to one of them was written by Donna. They essentially are saying that Donna tried to get them to lie for her, and specifically to lie in the context of this case. The first witness came in and said that Donna said she did it. And she wasn't just referring, as the defense tried to suggest, to maybe she gave money to Katie. The witness was asking Donna, what are you in for? And did you do it? And Donna said, I'm in for murder. I did it. And said she did it to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. I don't know exactly what that means. It's odd to see how, say, it meant roughing up Dan Markel. How would that help with the custody? Would that, because that would just be really good evidence that he could use in a court case to get custody taken away from Wendy. If someone came to him and said, you withdraw this or we're going to rough you up, I would think, I mean, he was a very, very tough lawyer. I just don't picture him caving in on that. But Donna, according to this witness, also wanted, Patricia was her name, wanted Patricia to say that Katie, they had been in jail with Katie as well, that Katie said, we killed him. I and my friends killed him because my boyfriend's parents had money. And she wanted me to tell everyone that, tell the investigators that, and offered a reward if Patricia would testify that way. A trailer, land, and Donna's husband would fix Patricia's teeth with veneers. Donna also bought special gifts such as canteen and other gifts and gave those to Patricia. To some extent, that made it really did sound like Donna was trying to make friends within jail. Clearly, it backfired and did not work for her. The cross-examination was based on two things. Number one, the idea that she was trying to get something out of this, and the other was that she was inconsistent in what she was claiming about this. The next witness, Dina Burnhart, also, now she's the one, Donna has a witness who will contradict to some degree what she says, and who apparently is going to say that Dina Burnhart said she was trying to do this to get a benefit for herself, and that she pushed Donna and tried to get Donna to answer questions, which was not supposed to be allowed. So this person, Dina Burnhart, was very close to Donna to the extent that Donna had nicknames for her, and that Donna actually wrote out a script for her, what this woman, Dina, was supposed to say on her behalf. And she was supposed to say, she also knew Katie, so she also had been in jail with her. And she wanted her to talk about Katie, just as Patricia was supposed to talk about it. And she had a script. Ultimately, the plan apparently was Dina would copy this into her own handwriting, but instead she gave it straight away, gave it to the law enforcement. Okay, let's, there were a couple of questions over here I know I hadn't answered. And chasing him in is now pushing me for 2028. Thank you very much. I had this question from Leslie about, do you know if the Adelson finances are being investigated? To the best of my knowledge, not really. There was a mention in this case that their finances have been pulled and have been tracked since the beginning, since right after the death and murder of Dan Markel. So maybe somebody's looking at that, but it doesn't sound like there's any plan specifically related to that, at least not anything that's been released or told to us yet. Let's see, there was another question. This one from Nina. If a client confesses to their attorney, is the client still allowed to portray their client as innocent, or would that be unethical? Great question. And the answer is, who is talking? In fact, I could make it like this. The answer to that is that a lawyer is not supposed to ever make knowingly false statements to the tribunal, whoever is trying the case. What the lawyer is, most lawyers will try to avoid getting their client to confess to them or to admit that they did the crime. It doesn't mean that the lawyer can't represent the person and that the lawyer can't argue that there's insufficient evidence, that they shouldn't be convicted, the state hasn't met its burden of proof. All of those things are still on the table, but the lawyer is not supposed to say, my client is innocent, if in fact the client has said something different to the attorney. You're also not supposed to put your client on the stand to testify to anything false. Corey wants to know, do I agree if you threw out the 2 inmates' testimony, you can still take the script as truth? Corey, I'm not sure which way you mean that. So the script set up basically pretty close to what Charlie has been arguing. It was similar to what Charlie's theory of the case is. And Charlie's theory was that Katie Medbanwa and her 2 friends set up this extortion of Charlie. And they did that, went up and killed Dan Markel, and then came back and tried to get money out of it. That's what the payments were for. That initial payment and the ongoing payments to Katie. It was all part of an extortion plot. So what she wrote down in the Q&A was very similar to that. So I think Corey may be asking me, could you just assume that Donna was asking them to tell the truth? That in fact, Katie did say exactly this to various people in jail, to Donna, well, not to Donna. I don't think they ever overlapped, but could it still be true? And I think it could be. It's the circumstances of the 2 women who were in jail with Donna have come in and said that she wanted them to lie. She wanted them to make this up. Neither of them actually had that experience, and they weren't told that. So the script itself could be true in this sense. Maybe there really could be an extortion. Charlie's jury didn't buy it. Maybe another jury would. But the question of whether this witness knew Katie had said that, these witnesses are saying they did not know that would be false. So I'm not sure I answered your question, but that was my best bet, my best stab at it, put it that way. All right, let's see. Did anybody else have questions over here in the chat? Is Donna going to testify? You've got a good question, JD. I can't answer it. After the hearing where her lawyer said she would, I thought she would. I was just all sure of it, but I'm questioning it as we move into the trial. I'm even questioning whether Charlie is going to come. Maybe that's who they're lining up next. Maybe it will be Charlie, and that will be the big final witness. I would think they would. He will throw such a wrench into all of the works for Donna's team. It's going to be a real challenge for them. It's just what he says doesn't really fit or match. So I'm looking for, if you do have questions, question marks at the beginning. That way I can spot them a little better, but I'm going to look through and see if I see. Oh, here's one. Can we see the jail doodle again? Oh. All right. Yeah. I was asked what was, Pascaline wanted to know what was Donna writing down, because she's been writing some stuff. So my best guess was maybe she was doodling this. No more Wendy, because she does seem to be going after Wendy, but that's just me playing. I do not actually have access. You'll be pleased to know I don't have access to Donna's notes. That would just be wrong, shall we say. All right. Let's see. Oh, that was just Donna going to testify. So I'll go all the way to the bottom. Maybe I can find some people. No one, you have no questions. All right, fine. We'll keep going with our summary and getting ready with our summary. Because right after court ends for the day, I'll go straight into doing a summary, and that'll recap everything we've covered today. You can watch it live right here. And then also I'll break it out as soon as I can get everything downloaded and uploaded and processed. I'll post it to YouTube, so you can also see just that short recap if you prefer kind of the short version. So, I'm glad that y'all liked the doodle. That was just my theory. It may not be actually true. It could be incorrect, but I'm glad y'all liked it. All right, looking for my questions. Here we go. Frank had one. When do we know which witness will be called by the defense? Well, it depends on the jurisdiction you're in. And some, there's a pretty clear, it's clearly known. Everybody exchanges those sorts of things usually the day before. I'm not aware of them making that public in this case, so I don't know which witnesses will be called. We did hear today the defense team tell the judge that they're going to be calling a witness flying in from California, and they expect to call her first thing or as soon as they begin their case on Tuesday. So she'll be here this weekend preparing, and she'll actually testify on Tuesday. Everybody expects that to happen on Tuesday. The prosecution could rest as early as today, but it may go a little bit into Tuesday, and whenever they finish, that's when the defense will take over. There will probably be a break where I would expect the defense to make motions to dismiss the case, all of which will be easily denied. So that won't happen, but they'll make the motions. So let's see. Andrea wants to know, why would Charlie testify? He had nothing to lose by not cooperating. The only reason he would testify is because he received a subpoena from the state, and he was required and brought down from South Dakota to be present so that he could fulfill that subpoena. He can testify if called upon. He's given immunity as part of the deal that the state offers him. It's statutory. So if he comes down to testify, he gets this immunity, and that he's not allowed to plead the fifth. He's not supposed to, because he's supposedly protected by this immunity that he receives. Personally, I'm not really sure that's exactly the same thing, but the courts have ruled the other way. The courts have said, yep, that's equal. That's good enough to protect all of your Fifth Amendment. So he may well, if he shows up, he will face contempt charges if he doesn't actually testify, or if he lies. If he contradicts what he said last time, he could face perjury charges. So is there anything positive in this for Charlie? Only the trip down from South Dakota. If that was excitement enough for someone who's in life in prison, then I guess there's his compensation. But other than that, no. Yeah, I guess it would be probably the last time he would ever see his mother as well. And unless, if she is found not guilty, then she could go see him in South Dakota. But other than that, I think it would be last time. Did Charlie testify at Katie's trial? I don't believe so. I don't believe he did. Angela asked, Charlie as rebuttal witness, and wow, rebuttal witness. Well, yeah, that's possible. Depending on what Donna's argument is, that's possible that they would be saving it for that. Randy, was John Lauro allowed to object from the gallery while Wendi testified? I don't think he did object, so I don't know whether he could have or not. I believe he definitely was present, and I would think he would have been allowed to object if need be, or maybe to signal the judge, to allow the judge to know that he believed she should take the fifth and he wanted to consult with his client. But he is not counsel for either party. So that would have to be something the judge worked out with him as to how exactly he would allow that, if at all. Zane wants to know, would I take on Wendy's case? I think that portion of no, I'm just going to go with no. No, I would not. So there you have it. I won't even explain. I'll just say no. Will there be a battle of experts over the handwriting? Adele Marie asked. Apparently not, because after we went through all that, frankly, kind of dull testimony about the W's and the B's and the E's, then after we went through all of that, the defense stood up and said, well, we never contested that anyway, which I thought they were entirely in their right to say, but which the judge ruled be stricken because they shouldn't have said that. Nonetheless, I would have to assume if they aren't contesting it, they have no argument against it, then they're totally going to be okay with that. All right, Charlie is for the state and not the defense, Stone. And the reason for that is Donna cannot give him immunity. If he comes to testify on behalf of his mother, no immunity. If he testifies for the state, he gets immunity. Christine, what are the chances of Wendi being charged with any involvement in this case? Gosh, everybody wants to know that, right? That is a question every time we do Q&A. We are all over this. I can't say. At the beginning of this case, I said, well, let's see how it goes with Donna. If there's a pretty quick, definite conviction. It's not all that hard. I think they'll go for Wendi also. But as I look at these documents and I realize there are a few places where they're going to have some trouble, I'm just not sure. I mean, it's plainly written. They are trying to do everything they can to set it up. They are trying to get ready for that. They want that. If they can possibly justify it, I think that they will charge Wendi. I think very much the prosecutors want to do that. And they're working hard, case after case, adding little piece after little piece after little piece to reach the point at which they can actually prosecute Wendi. Angelique, reminding Donna of the headphones, was that to make it part of the record so she can't say she didn't hear it? It definitely would make it part of the record. And I wondered about whether they were trying to make sure she couldn't testify like, oh, I haven't heard that in a really long time. I didn't remember it. I didn't have my headphone on, something like that. But it didn't have to be in front of the jury to make it part of the record. They could have done that at sidebar or in open court, but without the jury present. So it was said, I think, 3 times, and she does seem to be wearing her headphones today. Here we go. We are back. Will it be Charlie? Are you all wondering? I am wondering.
Everyone can be seated. You may call your next witness. Sergeant Corbett, you remain under oath, sir.
Sergeant Corbett. Nothing against Sergeant
Does
Corbett.
your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this presentation also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record, I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move state 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection as to 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead and then continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony, did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury's already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Permission to use a demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q followed by a question and a part that says A followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. The next sentence, does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her $350,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page. Is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay. Looking at the next sentence, does it say he threatened me that he was going to go to the police? I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie. She told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Catherine McVanois. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that McVanois came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000.
Okay, so I'm guessing that they want to know why this is being read a second time to the jury. But since we aren't going to be able to hear what was said, I don't know for sure. While they're up there, let me answer a couple of questions that have come in over here in the super chats. Kelly D asked me what defense would I present at this point for Donna, and thank you about enjoying the channel. As far as her defense, I think the smartest defense all along was the lack of evidence because of the fact that it is harder to rope her in. Charlie's testimony, Charlie's defense makes that much harder, and this stuff right here is just brutal. Very, very hard to get past. Ether Bunny asking me, is it common for the prosecution to say no more questions, but then wait, there are more? I think what was happening was there was a challenge to whether or not the document foundation had been laid to get the document admitted in evidence. And so she finished laying the foundation for that. That's just my theory.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Catherine McVanois $3,000 a month because he did not have $350,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that Magbanua assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck.
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay, and then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, when did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination. I can move to that now. That was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
That's not fair. You still might not know the difference between extortion and blackmail. And if Charlie says this will be my defense, it's extortion, she might be thinking, wait, isn't that blackmail? I might look it up for that. Just my theory.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And
Wow. Donna and Wendi about the trial. Oh, wow.
And what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
All right. And in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay. Can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendi Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay. And then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay. So what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendi Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
This is fascinating. We have not had this information before, and this is really interesting. I would bet Donna is thinking that she's being super careful. She's simply saying everything Charlie says is the truth. Even if her phone is found, what could possibly go wrong with saying Charlie's telling the truth? Well, what could go wrong is Donna could be at trial, Donna could be in trial, and she could want to have a completely different defense.
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay, can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay, so she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out.
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendi Adelson? Okay, thank you. Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson about this extortion defense?
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
Which maybe when Wendi came over and sat down and said, "What are you talking about, Mom?" Because they talked about in the recording we heard today in court, when thought she was no longer on the phone with Charlie, she talked about Wendi coming over and confronting her about, do you have any harm thoughts? Let's deal with this. But look at this. This is huge, huge for Wendi. But your lawyer, she's Donna writing to Wendi, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and yours, I guess, with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. I don't know what the "I hope he knew what he was doing" part means, but that is written from Donna to Wendi, suggesting that her lawyer didn't want her to know what happened, so that she was not included in it. Now, remember, I think these are written for public consumption, so we can't assume that every word in these is absolutely true. I think they're written with a view to, if someone found this, what would I want them to hear? I would want them to hear the truth is out. I would want them to hear that Wendi didn't know, things like that. Really important, though, for Wendi. Your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. Okay.
What date is that? Or
That
was
what?
that sent?
I'm
What
sorry,
date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendi about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney didn't want her to,
Correct.
and it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanua or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanua would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted per his testimony and this State 62?
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool, and he encourages her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanua left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanua first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym.
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No,
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
it does not.
What about, what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day.
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? She's saying laugh out loud.
Yes.
All right. Any more after that? Here she says, have a good day, smiley face, and he says, you too.
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does. Yes.
All right. From 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanois stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that? Here is she giving him some relationship advice and saying he'd make a great dad.
Yes.
All right, what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say, it makes me feel good that you care about me? I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life.
He does.
Okay, what's next? Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back? Does she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile. And he says, yes, you do.
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay. What about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you.
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, I miss you.
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best.
Yes.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanois no longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest. Yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and Mag Banois in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No,
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
no,
What about Mag Banois knowing people who wanted to hurt his family, or anything like that?
nothing.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and celebrated, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp?
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text. And it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service. It's using the data side. So we don't see records of that. Those communications in the call detail records that we get. And it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message.
Please approve.
Okay, I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay.
Whoa.
If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016. Okay. Do you mind going to the next? Thank you. All right, so they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday. And I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus spelled with a K? Was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections are ruled.
What happened when Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanoa.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanoa?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Catherine Magbanoa's phone number and all of these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is. And then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, So this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan? I'm sorry. Yeah, Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama.
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or four-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right. Looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message. Now, is this message, is it between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the paper.
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that that was in the paper.
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny.
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything?
Yes.
Does she say, what are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Stay.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from or at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendi Adelson after she told Wendi Adelson? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through these and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
Cumulative.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay.
I would think the defense would want this part
And do
in.
these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, can we see
This
that
is huge.
message? Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th?
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendy send her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered.
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
Wow. Just wow. We have to stop for a moment. And the drama of this one is huge. First of all, it does contradict Donna's statement that Wendy didn't contact her, didn't worry how she was. Wendy does write and say, call if you feel like you can, and I love you. But this statement from Donna has a lot of overtones. I am sure Donna thought it was saying, you're not guilty and never were, but that isn't how it reads. It reads as your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. And as if this is a different state of affairs from some other time in the past. She may have meant, and also your lawyer took very good care of you. Donna may have meant your brother took this on for you by paying this extortion. But it is very, and this is hard to explain for Wendy's lawyer. It definitely creates a problem. And then you can bury me in the dress that I bought. I don't know if that is the child who was having the bar mitzvah in January, but that implies she doesn't believe she'll be around for that bar mitzvah, which definitely fits with some other things we heard today on that jail phone call. As far as it also suggests that she doesn't plan to be around to be prosecuted, but feels like she might be prosecuted. In other words, absolutely, that's some dramatic stuff right there.
About 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
So there is a conversation, again, in WhatsApp between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we going to go through the entire visa chat here today?
No.
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the visa chat?
They are, yes.
All right, before court today, did you have an opportunity to look at states 58, the visa chat?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-Visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
States 58 is admitted.
Thank you. All right, if you could walk us through a few excerpts from this chat.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Miss Adelson and the Vietnam visa. And the first message in this conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What is that first message from? What does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only way we're reading them is because we were able to take or seize the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Can we look at the first messages sent in this chat? Can you read this to us?
Sure. Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
Emergency visa.
Published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time. Continue.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay. And what's next?
She says if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay. And then did they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay. What happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa? Because it's an emergency fast track one.
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay. But then the chat says we can arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right. If she were to, like, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30 and extend.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
Okay. Are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay. And does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as the next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay. What's next?
And it wasn't.
They've received her email.
Correct.
It wasn't fine. I mean,
And she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you. Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Now, was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate that this is who Wendy should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's the first entry here?
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date of that. which we actually don't have on the top of that.
Okay, I think we do have it in evidence, so. Okay, so the first entry you're pointing out here, though, I'm sorry, if you could go back to the highlight.
Oops.
And so that was to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
All right, did they have a note about packing for Vietnam? Okay, was there also notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
2, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendy to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line? Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay, are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance.
Correct.
Because at this point, we're in November of 2023.
Yes.
All right. And then looking down, we see that note's on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendy, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th. So I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you what's marked as states 59A. Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That was Thursday, November 9th.
Okay. So that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is trying to communicate her plans to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to those messages? Here in these messages, is she letting Wendi Adelson know they need to talk to her? It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. Please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them. Yes.
We read that earlier.
What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry.
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendy, stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Stand by. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then at the bottom, she says, Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right. What?
By the way, one of the reasons Wendy might not have been responding in this segment of time is she has pretty much of a good idea of what her parents may do, and she may feel like she doesn't need to be part of it and doesn't want to be part of it. Pretty wise, really.
What's next?
Remember, they wanted her to research whether Vietnam would be a good non-extradition country, and imagine the problems that would have created for her.
Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why they chose Vietnam? Why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go?
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us? Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
And the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa.
Yes.
One second.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor. We meet again.
We do.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Now, you agreed that WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
My client at the time was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
And what about implants?
Well, other than the fact that Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm going to show you. Let's see, this is not too far. An approach with states 155.
You may.
Looking at states 155. Picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower.
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should have brought my mouse. Can you read what that says? Or you want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
Voter?
And
Wish y'all could answer.
looking at
What did he say?
152, 153, and 154. That's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that
Implant motor. Okay, thanks, y'all.
back here? That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
We'll grab another picture then.
Does this help them?
That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Do you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
Supplement it, but I'll show you with my laptop. And approach.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_0029. Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
I think the point is that stuff they weren't
Those
using.
boxes that we saw in states 155.
They appear to be yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker.
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room.
So I think he's saying they're not selling stuff
Perspective here.
like they're not coming back.
Agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant.
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043. Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
By itself, no.
Okay, so that's where he was headed with that.
Would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
Merely stopping Amazon deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Personally, I do think she would have come back for the bar mitzvah. I do think they would have come back for that, no matter what. They just would have figured it out.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa.
I don't think he's going.
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa.
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multiple or multi-entrants?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
That's
Now,
a
one of the
decent point.
slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
See, I haven't been provided with the full new version. It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You can display it or that.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your?
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, yeah, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just clarifying, as long as the version not in evidence, would you still wish the witness to place it on the screen?
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed the present.
Not in evidence. The one in evidence does not.
So it was in the presentation. They took it out. Now he's looking for it because the defense lawyer wants
Just
to
that.
refer to it.
Just that.
News article.
Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial, Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you.
How does this help? I don't.
Now, throughout your review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Catherine McBadel?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
Okay, that's important. And what that does is put us back into the arena where Donna is going to say, these 4 people did the murder. I actually believed my son that there was an extortion. I thought he was not kidding. I had no idea he was having these nice communications with Katie. Like maybe all 4 of them extorted her, or at least he told her this yarn about this extortion that never happened, apparently.
And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth, this time in writing, so his thumbs.
So for those asking, we are about 6 minutes behind the live because of the fact that we do comments during it and I stop it so I don't talk over people. So if you wanted to know where things are.
Yes,
that's
there
where
are a
we
lot
are.
of communications.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sentinel article back up.
Okay, so
Patient.
Yes, sir, quickly.
no more
The
cross.
Sun Sentinel article back up.
I don't understand the meaning behind this. Why is the defense pointing us this article that says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial? Does that have something to do with when she would leave? Because the trial was over by the time she even applied for the visa.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the text earlier where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or in Florida that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and in this paper, or this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes,
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
that's correct.
Okay, and but we don't know necessarily, looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests. After it talks about the arrests of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the reason that it was of interest to us?
It was, yes.
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
It is not.
Okay. All right. Looking at defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but the totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's
And-
correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection asked and answered.
The rule doesn't ask and answer, but we have covered this subject, Stu.
Okay. And was Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You may step down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Will he be recalled during the trial? You remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
Might have to have a separate.
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted as a Criterion, GPS for certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted.
I did not
Could we
check
admit
on my list.
that item at this time, Your Honor?
They're cleaning up admission of exhibits before they
No, you got it. We've updated.
close out.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
There it is. The state rests and no
We are
charge.
going to take our break in the trial at this point for the weekend. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30, and we will try to get started by 8:45 on Tuesday. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I think football is back. You have something to watch that is not concerned this trial. Have a good weekend.
My dad is looking forward to football tonight.
8:30 on Tuesday. Nobody will be here on Monday.
State has rested. Huge, huge news. Took them 6 days. They said 5 to 7. That's right on track.
Be seated.
We'll see the cleanup for the
Judge, how
day.
many motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as of Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All mid-trial motions will need to be addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors. With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called. Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Can we let you know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so he's not
Does
telling
the
me.
party have anything to raise before we go to the break for the weekend?
Thanks for the state.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday.
Okay, there we go. And with that, she's taking her hair down.
If the gallery can remain in the courtroom for right now.
All right, we have the state resting. We will talk about what happened. I'll let it run all the way until they cut off the feed so you can see what happened. And they have officially cut off the feed. So we will pull that out. I'll remove that and just talk to y'all. Well, we're at the end. That is the state's entire case against Donna Adelson. They will have the chance for rebuttal, and they may be planning to bring Charlie in rebuttal, as somebody pointed out. That's very possible. At this stage, they have finished the actual presentation of evidence. So on Tuesday morning, we will start with some motions where the defense will argue that the state has not presented enough evidence, that the court needs to go ahead and declare that Donna cannot be found guilty. Those will quickly be denied by the court. Nothing will come of those. Then the defense will go into its next phase where it will present evidence it believes shows Donna is not guilty or that the state has not met its burden of proof. We know there will be one witness flying in from California, almost surely an expert witness, but we don't know anything about them. Apparently, it will not be a handwriting expert because although we heard from a handwriting expert about why Donna herself had written some document, the defense said they never planned to contest that anyway. So we don't know exactly who the expert will be. It could be a cell phone, or it could even be something related to that trip up to Tallahassee. It may be somebody talking about whether she got off the highway and went to Charlie's house. That's a huge point in the case. So it has been quite the week. There have been all kinds of exciting things all week. Today may have been the most bombshell of all because we actually saw brand new evidence about communications between Wendi and Donna, things that we have never seen before, things that could shake up the case, not just for Donna, but also for Wendi. So what we normally do about this time of day, I'll check over, make sure I've thanked everybody. Thank you, Jackie, for gifting more lawyerly membership. She's a regular gifter. We appreciate that. And Joanne, thank you for your super sticker. Ether Bunny, Kelly D. I think one of them that I haven't answered was a question. So let me make sure I do that. I am then going to go into a recap of what's happened all day today. If you missed part of the day, this is the perfect chance to catch up. I will also split this out later, so it will be a standalone video. So after I answer this question, if I suddenly start talking to you like, had no idea you were here, we all just got here, that's because I'm going to split it out and post it separately for people who prefer the shorter format. I appreciate you being here with me today. It's a lot of fun to watch this with somebody, and I really, really enjoyed that. I was very stressed going into this process because I've never done an all-day live stream before. I wasn't really sure how that would work out, but y'all have made it really pleasant and easy. I greatly appreciate that. It's been really nice having your comments and having you along for the ride with me. So there are a couple of questions that I think I haven't answered. Kelly D, a member for 18 months, I love that, asked about what defense I would present. I can't remember if I asked that, but answered that. Up until now, I definitely would have said I would want to present the idea that there's just not enough evidence for her because it is so weak. However, today we got new information that makes that so much harder. That is the information that she wrote to numerous people, 12 different people or 12 different texts or emails saying that what Charlie had said in his defense was the truth. I think she's stuck with it. I don't think she can get around that. She is going to have to go straight up. Yep, it was an extortion. Not so much that it was an extortion as that she believed that. She really thought that there was an extortion. So that may be where Charlie is planned. Depending on what Donna says, Charlie can be brought potentially to contradict that and to say, yes, there was an extortion, or to talk specifically about what he told his mother or didn't tell her. So that shakes up everything, makes it a lot harder. These were absolute bombshell, totally mess up and disorient the defense right before it comes into the defense phase of the trial. They knew about these. I'm not saying they were a shock to them, but they were a shock to us. We didn't know about them. Okay, and I think I had started, this is where I was. Ether Bonnie had asked me about when the prosecution said, wait, there were more questions. And I do believe that was just they were presenting and figuring out whether or not they had laid a proper foundation to admit the exhibit. And they needed to do that before the witness got off the stand and before they even passed the witness to the defense. I think the lawyers were just working together at that stage. Oops. And thank you, Joanne. I can't seem to get these off. What am I doing wrong? There we go. Okay. All right. Well, I am super excited. I have unfortunately divided my notes into two parts, which will make things more confusing. But let's see. I need to make sure I'm ready to go. It was after lunch that I switched over by mistake. So that will be part 2. And this will be part 1 from this morning. The notes from this morning. Oh, it starts at the beginning. Well, that's not that hard. By the way, don't forget, this is the end of Make a Will month when LegalZoom gives you 15% off. We're on the 29th. That stops in the month of August. I think they have a secret extension, but you didn't hear that from me. So, and I can't be absolutely sure, but I seem to have a vague memory of that. But in any event, I have an affiliate link. If you click on that link, then they will give me an incentive. And if you click on that link, I would really appreciate it. You definitely need a will. Just about every soul in the world does need a will. So I used it myself for my dad. It helped make things so easy. I was very, very grateful for it. All right, let's talk about today. It was wild. And you know what I just realized? I did not shout out the first 5 who may not even be here anymore. Elizabeth Lees, Autumn Piper, Yushan Lala, CM, and Bella Leona. Thank you for being here. I do want one other correction. We gave a happy birthday at Irish's request to her husband, Irish, but I think she was trying to tell me that was like Mr. or Ms. and she was trying to say Brandon was having the birthday. So I take that back, and happy birthday, Brandon, is what we meant to say. All right, so let's start off, and I'll start like, we haven't met before. We are not on live, and you're about to see the recap for the day. So hi, y'all. I need to start over. I do this all the time when I do videos. It's really harder than doing lives, I think. Hi, y'all, and welcome to the recap of day 6 of the Donna Adelson trial. Donna Adelson's, the prosecution against her has rested. It's over. And on Tuesday, we will start the next phase of the trial when Donna Adelson presents the witnesses she had. The judge asked them, when they announced that Tuesday they'll begin, the judge asked the defense, how many witnesses do you have? Not so many, how many witnesses? How many days? How many days is this going to take? And they said, give us until Tuesday to tell you. So we still don't know. We don't know how quickly this will end. We do know they have at least one witness they mentioned will be coming on Tuesday. So today, the huge news is that we got brand new text messages between some of the people we have never seen before, and they changed dramatically everything. We have text messages between Donna and Wendy we had not seen before that happened around the time of Charlie's trial. And we also have messages from Donna to numerous people saying that what Charlie said in his trial was true, that the extortion theory was true. That makes it very difficult for her to do what we had seen up until now, which is run from Charlie's theory about the extortion to suggest, hey, I'm over here with Team Dan Markel and everybody else is over here. You've got Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, the hitmen. You've got the Katie Medbanowa who hired them, and even Charlie, her own son. But she was not involved with that at all. It makes it much more difficult. It at least says that Donna is going to have to stick with the theory that she believed Charlie had been extorted. I don't see how any way around that happens. I think she's going to have to say that. So let's get into what happened today, because we got brand new evidence and it has really shaken up the trial. So we started with FBI Special Agent Sanford still on the stand. This poor man has been on the stand for hours and days. He is finally off the stand as of today. He showed us a new piece of evidence, a planner from 2014, that Donna Adelson had, that she had prepared. She kept a planner for every year, apparently. And in it, she had, and this was huge, the type of vehicle and tag number for Daniel Rashbaum. He drove an 08 Accord, and it had his license tag number. Now, why would Donna Adelson have that? Why would she have Dan Markel's? Did I say Daniel Rashbaum? It was Dan Markel's vehicle. And of course, what happened was that the hitmen went up. There's some question about whether maybe they intentionally tried to get a vehicle that looked like one that Jeffrey Lacoste drove, and that, but this particular vehicle and tag number would allow the hitmen to follow him, right? If they knew what they were looking for and knew what he would be driving, they could follow that vehicle. And so the prosecution is saying, why would Donna Adelson have Dan Markel's vehicle and tag number in her planner? Why would anyone do that? So just for interest's sake, we took a vote right here on the channel during lunch. We took a poll, and I asked everybody, would you have the license tag number of your child, your adult child spouse, your child-in-law, I guess you would call it? Would you have that? Would that be something you would have? And 94% of you, and actually a little bit more than that, because it came out as only 5%, would have that. And 94 to 95% of you said, no, I would not have that information. And I said I wouldn't even have my own. I don't even have my own license number. I mean, I could find a piece of paper with it, but I wouldn't remember it. She had it written down in her planner. Question has always been, how did the hitmen know where to go, how to find this guy? And here was a piece of information in Donna's planner. Very important new evidence. They also talked about and played the jail call we covered here on the channel. It was a jail call where it was the day following Charlie's conviction. And Donna and Charlie talked repeatedly throughout that day. About midway through that call, maybe even not that far, it cuts off. And that's been happening to the jail calls all day. So Donna says, well, he's gone. But the jail call and the jail recording is still going. She hasn't hung up yet. Charlie is indeed off the phone, but she begins talking to people in the room with her, two friends, one of whom is an attorney, and she begins talking to them and to Harvey, and talking specifically about what her plans are, about how she plans to go to Vietnam, how she is looking for a non-extradition country. This was enormously important, not just for purposes of arresting Donna, because that was how they found out she might be trying to leave, but also for purposes of this trial, because the state is saying that the reason Donna wanted to flee is that it shows she had consciousness of guilt. She knew she was guilty, and she was trying to get out of Dodge before they could actually prosecute her and she would be sent to jail. And so that entire scenario is in evidence in this case. They also talked about the arrest of Donna. So we heard from this recorded call in which she said she was looking for a non-extradition country, and she mentioned Vietnam. And then we heard from the witness talk about how she was arrested in the jetway on the way into the airplane. So she's even moved, she's used her ticket. She is actually in the jetway when she is arrested by law enforcement. And she, at that point, physically resisted, he testified, giving us the phone. Now, if you have seen that recording, you know that in addition to saying no, she said, my attorney said not to turn it over. That part didn't get told to the jury. There was a sidebar. My best guess was that the sidebar involved the prosecution saying, well, we could play that whole tape if you want of her being arrested. And the defense at that point withdrew the objection. So that was never shown to the jury. So in cross-examination, it was a difficult cross-examination, and it didn't seem like it got where the defense wanted it to get. it was difficult in this sense. It wasn't like the witness was arguing or refusing to answer. He's law enforcement and he was not doing that. But I just mean what we have seen for days now is recorded conversations where we could see the people, where we could hear the people talking. We could actually hear their words. We had a transcript here on this channel. We read it out loud because it's hard to hear those phone conversations. But the jury had both. The jury had the transcript and it had the recorded calls. So we've actually heard in their own voices all of the people who are involved in this, according to the state, talking about it. We've heard what happened and we've seen this laid out in very great detail. So Wendy, I'm going to pull this out because I need to tell you about this in just a minute and I don't want to forget. Okay. So we heard about in cross-examination about the fact that there has to be probable cause for a wiretap and that the only people who actually were subject to the wiretap were Katie Medbanowa and Charlie Adelson, not Donna, not Harvey, not Wendy. But there was some discussion about maybe there was a bit more done with Sigfredo. Luis Rivera was apparently already subject to a wiretap for another matter before any of this was ever considered that he was involved in it. There were also questions about Wendy's interview back when Dan Markel was first shot and she was brought to the police station and interviewed about what had happened. We know, because it's been important in this case, that she immediately threw out to them that nobody disliked her parents more, disliked Dan Markel more than her parents. She told them about Charlie's joke about it was cheaper to buy her a new TV than to hire a hitman. And that just dumped right out immediately. She just immediately began talking about this. She offered numerous choices of people who might have been angry. It could be an angry student, it's someone upset with him, could be her brother, could be her parents. And she named all these people who might have something against him. But at no point did she name Jeffrey Lacasse. I think the point of that was that Jeffrey Lacasse had suggested that maybe that Wendi Adelson just had it in for him. Maybe she was trying to set him up, and that could explain why there were 2 trips up to Tallahassee that coincidentally were timed to when Jeffrey Lacasse would be leaving town. Now, so because I'm doing shorthand, Jeffrey Lacasse was Wendy's boyfriend right around the time of Dan Markel's murder. Wendy was divorced from Dan Markel, but it wasn't all over because they were not yet agreed on custody. They were still battling over that. Donna wanted the kids to be moved down to South Florida where she lived. And Wendy had petitioned for that. We did hear testimony about Wendy having withdrawn that, and having agreed that the kids would stay in Tallahassee. But what we do know is the prosecution theory is that Donna wanted the kids moved down south. We also did hear that the state has been looking at bank records of the Adelsons since early on. And of course, their focus would have been whether money went out that could have paid hitmen. And apparently they didn't find enough, at least back at that time, to arrest them. And we heard more about that Dolce Vita restaurant meeting between Katie Medbanowa and Charlie Adelson back in 2016. This is following the bump. Donna Adelson was walking on her way to pick the boys, her grandkids, up from school when a man approached her, handed her a newspaper article about Dan Markel's murder. And in that article, on that article, a phone number and the number $5,000 were written. And this was the bump. The point of this demand that Donna Adelson fork over $5,000 was to get all of the people talking to one another again. Law enforcement was trying to get evidence against people they thought were involved, but they did not yet have enough evidence. They wanted more. And in the course of that conversation at Dolce Vita between Charlie and Katie, this happened after the bump. So Charlie is about to tell Katie about what happened. He does that at a restaurant. And he says, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." wasn't entirely clear why the defense presented that, maybe to say that Katie really was working for Adelson Institute. Now, she didn't agree with that. And as I recall, Charlie didn't even agree with that at his own trial. So, but Donna may be wanting to argue that she thought that it was a real employment. She has some other problems with that, like the fact that the checks were not sequential. Some were post-dated, some were backdated. But she may argue that in her mind, she was just helping out her son. She just wrote checks. They told her who to write them to. Give me just a second to head to where I am next. A theme for the defense throughout the cross-examination seemed to be that law enforcement waited years to arrest Donna Adelson. And for that matter, waited years to arrest Charlie too, but even more years to arrest Donna Adelson. During the course of that time, Donna had left the U.S. several times, and she had always come back. And so what made this trip so suspicious? Nothing is what the defense would argue. They pointed out that there were parts of the recorded conversation that law enforcement did not hear. If at any point when the conversation that they were tapping veered into something that was no longer related to what they were looking for, they were supposed to stop listening. So there are parts where they just don't know what was said. And he agreed with that. In the conversations between Charlie and Donna, she says, I don't want to talk to you on the phone. Come down and talk to me in person. But they pointed out that law enforcement doesn't really know why she says that. I don't think these are super strong arguments because of the fact that I think most people will figure the only reason she would do that is if her phone is being tapped. And it's more likely that her phone is being tapped by law enforcement than that it's being tapped by gang members who are extorting Charlie. And it's even more true because that's, in the end, Charlie and Donna both decide, yes, it was law enforcement. They talked about how much Katie's story changed. I think very much the defense wanted to get in the fact that we talked about at our lunch yesterday, I believe it was. Katie's story during Charlie's trial was that the money she received for the hit was wet, molded a couple of days after she received it, when she pulled it out of the bag. And she wondered about that. Her thought was that maybe somebody washed it, maybe Charlie's mother, but she did not really know. Conversely, in this trial, she came straight in and she said Charlie told her that Donna actually laundered the money. Donna actually washed the money. And that Donna had been at Charlie's house that day. That's different from what she had said before. And they tried to get that from this witness, but it didn't come out. They just said, do you know what Katie said at Charlie's trial to compare to this trial? And he said he didn't. She said she would get it from another witness, but I don't know. We'll see. Donna was buying a ticket on Monday a.m. for her trip out to Vietnam, and a government agency was looking for whether she bought this ticket. We were just told it was a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. So Homeland Security, I guess. And on Friday, the FBI agent learned about the call between Donna and Charlie, where they were discussing her possible trip to Vietnam. And so at this point, this agency began looking, and there was a contact from the agency, and he was told that she had booked a flight that Monday morning. She would be leaving that evening. So there was a presentation of a fact from Donna's team that even though she did plan to go to Vietnam, she also planned to return for the bar mitzvah of one of Wendy's children. He did say he had heard that. Now, all this time, for years, by now it's 2023. The murder of Dan Markel was in 2014. So it's been 9 years. There's been no warrant issued for Donna's arrest. And even at the moment she was making her plans to go out of town, Still, there was no warrant for her arrest. She was free to travel out of the country if she needed to or wanted to. And furthermore, the defense said and asked this witness, she spoke to her attorney and he said it was okay to travel out of the country and she was planning to come back. That someone, in fact, on her behalf, an attorney working for her, called the state attorney's office, and the state's attorney said Donna was free to travel out of the country. So for all these reasons, Donna thinks she's doing nothing wrong. That's a defense argument. And he said, but he did not have information necessarily about this. Were you aware Donna Adelson's attorney called? He's not going to know that. During the day, Monday, she has bought her ticket. He begins driving down to Miami, where Donna lives. He lives in northern Florida, I presume. He drives all day down to where Donna lives in Miami. And he does not yet know whether or not they will charge Donna. There's not yet been a decision made. Sometime over the course of the afternoon, they make that decision. They go and get the arrest warrant, and then he executes it that night at the airport. She has obtained a 90-day visa to Vietnam. And the purpose of it is tourism. It's good for single or multiple entries. He did observe Donna and Harvey sitting there in the chairs out at the gate for about 20 minutes before boarding. And they had regular carry-on bags. They weren't trying to carry their entire household goods or anything like that. He wanted to get them separated. So he said he waited until they got into the actual jetway going toward the airplane. But Donna's team seemed to suggest that it was done more for sensationalism, that there was no benefit or reason for that. They didn't really explain why they wanted to know exactly where it was, but we have all seen the video of that and kind of how it went down. The defense wound up with this series. There was no evidence in all of the work you did putting together all of this information. There is no direct communication that you found between Donna Adelson and hitman Sigfredo Garcia. That's correct. There's no direct communication between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, the other hitman. Correct. And Katie met Donna a grand total of one time when she came and saw Donna at the front desk when Katie had a dental appointment. And that's it. And the witness agreed with that. Furthermore, there was no evidence. Well, Donna never said in all of the information they saw from Donna that she wanted Danny killed, that she was planning to kill Dan Markel, or that she was hiring someone to kill Dan Markel. And he said yes. But this opened it back right with redirect. The prosecution popped right back up and said, but there was plenty of circumstantial evidence, right? And he said yes. And there was enough for this jury to decide, which I thought should have been objected to, but wasn't. So therefore, he answered yes. They also went through at this point, because the door had been opened, I suppose, to Charlie's defense. They now went through all of what Charlie's defense was in great detail, and it gave them the opportunity to basically lay out all of the arguments they made in closing argument for Charlie's trial. The very best arguments they had, that Charlie's defense was that he brought his mother in after he was extorted. They were both being extorted, and therefore there were checks written to Katie Medbanwa. Now, I only remember Charlie saying that he did bring his mother in, but that only he was being extorted. But one way he was having to pay was with the checks to Katie Medbanwa. And he thought that Katie was cashing these checks and giving them to someone else. That he believed it was a pass-through, that he was actually paying this money as an extortion, but he was paying it to gang members who were requiring him to pay this because they had killed Dan Markel. And the reason that he claimed he was friendly with Katie was because he did not realize that she was in on the game. She was in on this extortion against him. And his theory was that the killers drove from South Florida to Tallahassee, hoping to get money out of Charlie Adelson and maybe Donna later. And that since Charlie didn't have enough money in his safe to immediately pay them a full $350,000, that the killers put him on a layaway plan and allowed him to pay over time with these $3,000 monthly checks to Katie. So at this point, we were about to break for lunch. I may have said we had lunch earlier. We did not. We're breaking for lunch. The judge had Donna Adelson stand up and swore her that Miss Burnhart, Miss Burnhart is about to testify. I'll tell you who she is in a minute. And you have discussed the cross-examination strategy with your counsel and how it's going to fit into your defense, and you have consented to that. And she was under oath, and she said, yes, she understood about the strategy and she had consented to it. Now, Burnhart is one of the two inmates that Donna Adelson was housed with who are testifying against her in this trial. All right, so let's head to the afternoon where we got a ton of brand new bombshell information. So right after lunch, Detective Jonathan Grossman took the stand and talked about a search warrant that was executed at Donna's house. They didn't find anything I thought was wildly interesting. Luggage, camera equipment, visas. Her planner was open, and they did obviously get the planners, and that was important. There was also one particularly important piece of information, which was a note to Wendy saying that here's a gun. I don't know if it was out, but there is a gun to be sold. Here's a phone number. Here's instructions. You're going to need this piece of paper when you sell it. And the point of that is it looked like they were leaving. They were leaving final instructions to Wendy. Now, that was just one piece of paper, but that was one of the things that he mentioned finding. Cross-examination suggested a couple of things that they might have missed, like a light underneath a blouse could have been more electronics they may not have found. It was in the closet, and you could see something right below the blouse. And they did not go through the safe. The defense wanted to point out that if the safe had cash in it, either no cash or even better, cash that was not stapled into stacks of $100 bills, 10 per, then it would suggest that Donna was not the source of the money that was stapled and that ultimately made its way through to the hitmen. Charlie, we do know, stapled his money, stacks of hundreds and stacks of 10 $100 bills for $1,000 per. So then Patricia Bird took the stand. She is in Leon County custody. She was in her jail uniform for violating probation. So she can be sentenced to up to 15 years if she's convicted, and she has a pending case which could result in 5 years for her. In other words, she wants something for her testimony, but the prosecution pointed out she hasn't been promised anything. She slept right next to Donna and talked to Donna for months. She said that she asked Donna, what are you in for and did you do it? And Donna said she did it to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. That was really bombshell information because it would suggest that Donna has confessed to the murder of Dan Markel. Now, there was discussion around this when we got to cross about whether or not she really meant that Donna confessed to this or that Donna just confessed to writing checks to Katie. But when it was cleared up on redirect, what the witness was saying was that Donna actually confessed to murdering Dan Markel, but she didn't think it would go that far. It's not at all clear how it would really work, roughing up a guy to try to get him to withdraw his right to custody or his right to live in Tallahassee. It just wasn't clear. But according to this witness, Patricia Bird, Donna Adelson wanted Patricia to say that Katie said, and why would she know anything about Katie? She was also housed with Katie at one point. So she wanted Patricia to say that Katie confessed, we killed him because my boyfriend's parents had money. Katie's boyfriend, Charlie, that would mean Donna and Harvey had money and they were trying to get it. So Katie wanted Patricia to tell everyone let me rephrase that. Donna wanted Patricia to tell everybody about this story that Katie had supposedly said. And what would Patricia get? She would get a trailer and land, and Donna's husband would fix Patricia's teeth, give her veneers, if she would testify falsely. She said this was false. Meanwhile, Donna also bought canteen and other gifts for Patricia. So on cross, they talked about the fact that there has been a fair amount of confusion in Patricia's testimony. 2 weeks ago, she said she spoke to a white investigator, and now she's saying a black investigator. And Patricia said, I was confused. And then she talked about, earlier she had said that 1 month after she moved into the pod, Donna had already offered her money, land, and a trailer. In other words, I assumed they were trying to say it wasn't related to any testimony. She was just offering to do this for her. Also, she did admit that all of what Katie said Katie was manipulative. So you have to take that into account, in other words. That Donna admitted it, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. And that maybe that was only the checks, but it did get cleared up in redirect. And there were lots of apparently different stories about how many times Patricia had met with defense investigators. The first time she talked to law enforcement, she apparently said 4 or 5 times, which probably made law enforcement think that this was a big effort to drum up this fake witness. But in fact, it was apparently 2 times with the female investigator, a couple of times overall. On redirect, she was clarified that she had been in the same room, if not right next to Donna, for about 4 months, and that Donna had been specifically talking about what she was accused of when she said, yes, she did it. The next witness, Dina Burnhart, this is the one Donna was asked the questions about early on. There was a felony outstanding for her, violation of probation. She had been given probation, but for violating it could get up to 15 years. And there was also a felony pending for her of up to 5 years. She had a total of 27 prior convictions, including crimes of dishonesty. She had been friendly with Donna for about 4 months while they were housed together, so friendly that Donna referred to her as her jail daughter and as her sunshine. Donna even did art for her and wrote a really nice little note to Dina, and Dina said she wrote some back as well. Dina said that Donna talked a lot about her grandchildren. They were very close. She sometimes would even accidentally refer to them as her children. Dina reported to law enforcement what Donna was asking for. And I'll get into that in just a minute. And she said she initially reported for selfish reasons, but over time believed that it was morally correct and really wanted justice for the Markels. A little bit questionable on that, given the circumstances, but what she's hoping for is a reduced sentence. So Donna asked Dina to say things about Katie, because Dina also was housed with Katie at some point. And Dina was supposed to say pretty much about the same thing, except for Dina, Donna actually prepared a written out script, actual Q&A. Dina's asked this, Dina responds that. And a witness for the state testified that the handwriting was Donna's. This was Donna's actual handwriting. The defense was a little put out by that, saying, we never contested that, which the judge struck from the record, but everybody still heard that. So here, Dina was supposed to, in the grand plan, copy this Q&A over into her own handwriting and then maybe give it to law enforcement. So Dina was supposed to say that Katie said her friends went up to Tallahassee and killed this guy, Dan Markel. and asked Charlie to give them $333,000. He went crazy and said it was not to kill Dan. The point of the $333,000 was that the Adelsons were going to give a grand total of $1 million to Dan Markel to ask him and give him a reason to come down to South Florida instead of Tallahassee. They figured if they gave him $1 million, he could use that money to fly back and forth for his teaching job at FSU in Tallahassee. So the money would be useful to him. So this script would say that Katie would agree with Charlie that she would protect him, that she wouldn't tell her friends about her friends who were extorting him about Charlie's involvement if he would just play along. She would let them think it was a lady who wanted it. And Katie laughed about having fooled her baby daddy and Charlie and said, "What a stupid fool. Ha ha, what a joke." And the prosecution said, "Now, is that the way Katie would talk?" And Dina said, "No, that didn't sound like Katie at all." So in return for her doing this, Donna was offering the following. First of all, packages. Donna regularly had Harvey order gift packages for her, which are just food and things like that. She said it was mostly like gas station food, but it's really exciting in jail. And that would get ordered and delivered to her. Harvey would pay for that. And I don't know if she said Harvey, but I do remember that from my hearing. That she would get to use Donna's phone, which was great because calls are really expensive in jail. She would get $10,000, a grand piano, cameras, and prescriptions. She was a recovering drug addict, she said. And Harvey would send her money through Zelle, and she would contact Harvey using Signal, which I think is some kind of encrypted app. So on cross-examination, they talked about the fact that it really, honestly, it's kind of a convoluted tale, but Dina was released in February of 2025. As a result of her cooperation, she said, well, she didn't really know why she got released. But in fact, she had told law enforcement by then, and she had told them she cooperated in the past and she wanted to cooperate again. But she violated that probation, and it resulted in a bunch of back and forth. She violated her probation and got a new felony burglary charge and was facing 15 years mandatory for the probation violation and potentially for the felony burglary as well, additional time for that. So then she meets Donna, which the defense called her your get out of jail free card, and asked her, and there has been dispute about exactly the way Dina approached Donna. The law enforcement and the prosecution, because Donna is represented by counsel, they are supposed to approach her through her counsel. They aren't allowed to use other people to go pressure her and get information and bypass the counsel. They aren't allowed to do that. So there has been a question about whether Dina was pushing Donna for information. That issue was raised by another inmate who volunteered, went to law enforcement saying this happened, and then they pass that information on to the defense, who have talked to her as well. She is listed for the defense as a potential witness. So this witness said that Dina was really pushing for this information, like wanting it, trying to pull out information, which would maybe cast some doubt on it and cast doubt on whether it would be admitted, whether or not the appellate court will say it shouldn't have been admitted at all, or maybe whether it would be stricken. So during her interview with the state's attorney's office, Dina actually asked, did I do a good job, after she told them about Donna Adelson and about all of this that she supposedly had been asked to do. So she also made a point of letting them know that she had intentionally sat in view of a camera while talking to Donna so that they could prove she really had talked to Donna. She wasn't just making that up. And the defense said, you don't recall telling Donna exactly what to write in that Q&A? And she said, no, I don't recall that. I don't know of any way the defense can get in that fact unless Donna comes to testify. We will see whether that happens. The script that was written out, the redirect pointed out, was before her most recent violation. So she'd already offered this, but she is obviously hoping for some kind of benefit, that she will get probation again or less probation or treatment or something like that, even though she already got one bite at that apple. So I don't know if she'll get more or not. So the next witness talked about the handwriting. I mentioned that a minute ago. And then we were back to Sergeant Corbett, who had testified earlier in the trial and dropped in these brand new text messages we knew nothing about before now. So Charlie, here's an example. Here's Charlie and Donna were writing each other. Is this Donna or is this Katie? Let me think through this. Okay, so this is what Charlie was talking about, how no one, I'm going to have to skip that. I'm not sure exactly what my notes mean. We are going to have to move on to the next one. On October 16th of 2023, it's the week before Charlie's trial. And Donna is Googling extortion versus blackmail. And Charlie is testifying on November 2nd. After his testimony, Wendy sends prayer hands to Donna. And Donna says, we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth. Protected his little sister for years. And then she proceeds to send these text messages out to 12 people. It's the truth. Finally, the truth is out. And Dan just proved extortion. These are huge because they lock Donna in to Charlie's story. I don't see how they go back to their story about Donna is just different, throw Charlie under the bus with these text messages, which I assume they knew the state had. These are recent text messages. They had Donna's phone. All of this should have been produced to them. So I assume they knew that, but it is going to change everything. And that may be one of the reasons they were unclear whether or not, or how long it would take for the presentation of their case, because they're trying to decide, are we going to put Donna on the stand or are we not going to put Donna on the stand? This changes things dramatically. Donna wrote to Wendy saying, your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened, and it might have helped your relationship with Charlie. So she is writing, suggesting Wendy never knew about the extortion against Charlie on the night of Dan Markel's murder. That's Charlie's story, that Donna knew about it, but that Wendy never knew about it. Now, they have to be aware that law enforcement may one day look at these. So I think we listen to these, we consider them, but everyone has to be considered with the realization that they may be writing these things with an eye to other people seeing them. So, but Donna tells Wendy, your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. Said, and that's a shame because it might have helped your relationship with Charlie if you had only known what he was doing to help you out. So then they talked about the phone evidence of Charlie being extorted, that Charlie reaches out to Katie with no mention of extortion, no anger or fear being expressed. And Charlie and Katie stayed in contact and kept on a close friendship for years. At one point, they showed a message from Charlie, I love you. I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life. And another from Katie, I will always care about you. So it didn't seem like, if this extortion story were true, the direct examination is saying, if this were true, then why is Charlie so friendly with the woman who has brought in this extortion message? Why is he still with her? We do know from Charlie's trial, he hasn't testified here, but in his trial, he said he was doing that on the theory that he needed to stay in good with Katie. The last thing he wanted to do was get Katie upset because she could be the key to making things smooth with these gang members who were extorting him. But the jury doesn't know that excuse. All they know is what they've heard so far. All right, WhatsApp was used between Charlie and Donna a fair amount. It was encrypted, but apparently some of the messages they were able to get. In one, Charlie talked about how his attorney ran into Katie and said she was nice and beautiful, not that she was a liar and an extorter, but that she was nice and beautiful. And Donna said, this is Donna and Charlie talking, like all your girlfriends. Neither one of them seeming to suggest that they hated Katie, that she had extorted them, anything like that. Charlie also wrote Donna saying that the state's star witness, which I assume would be Sigfredo Garcia, or even more importantly, maybe Luis Rivera, was a cocaine dealer, and maybe Dan Markel never paid his drug bill. Maybe he was attacked by cocaine dealers. And then Donna wrote to Wendi at another time, and it was true apparently that the hitman did actually have a connection with a cocaine dealer. That was said on direct. Donna also wrote to Wendi saying, this is again after the verdict, your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for her son's, Wendy's son's bar mitzvah. So your brother protected you for years. Now, obviously that could mean through the extortion, right? She just said earlier, your brother was protecting you for years. So that could be what Donna meant. But what law enforcement, what the prosecution thinks that means is that her brother protected her by making up this story and also by hiring a hitman. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. That could be read either of two ways. One possibility is it means now that everybody has taken the fall for you, you won't be guilty for what you did. Your lawyer took good care of you. Or it could mean that now you're free because once again, he has protected you. It could go either way, but I think it looks very dangerous. Also for Wendi, very dangerous for Wendi. Also the comment about you can bury me in the dress that I bought for the bar mitzvah suggests that she was perhaps in a very bad state of mind mentally, very depressed, but it also could suggest that she really did intend to go to Vietnam permanently. She was looking for a long-term solution. She saw no way out. She wasn't just looking for 3 weeks off in order to go and have fun and hang out on a beach somewhere. Then within 24 hours of Charlie's verdict, Donna was applying for a visa for herself and for Harvey to go to Vietnam, an emergency visa, not just a quick one, not just a long-term one, not we'll be glad to go in a month. It was an emergency visa, quote, fastest I can get it. She also stopped Amazon deliveries and made a note to herself in her planner to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics. So, and talked about Dan would need to tell Charlie on his private line. In other words, Dan would need to tell Charlie what they were doing. She didn't want to tell him on the jail call that might be recorded. They went ahead and arranged to pay child support for about 2 years in advance on behalf of Charlie for Charlie's child. And then there was that Google by Donna, United States extradition treaties on November 7th, the day after Charlie was convicted. On cross-examination, they tried to suggest that WhatsApp is used internationally. So maybe they were just using WhatsApp because they had used it while one or the other of them was traveling internationally. The dishes, they suggested, were in the bedroom closet, and maybe they were just selling stuff they didn't need or want anymore. None of this, the defense argued, suggested they were going long-term to Vietnam. Maybe they weren't selling everything in their apartment, for example, and that it wouldn't be all that unusual to stop Amazon deliveries. They did not move assets overseas, the witness said. And the tourist, they got a tourist visa as opposed to a residence visa, although it's very possible you have to get the tourist visa first and then convert it. Donna had no way of knowing about those friendly text messages between Charlie and Katie. So once again, there's the possibility they're angling to be able to split her off and say that Charlie pulled the wool over her eyes, just like he did everybody else. In redirect, they talked about Charlie and Donna calling it good news about Rivera and Garcia being arrested, and that the Adelson lawyer Weinstein said, I think it will be a speedy trial, meaning the trial of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera would be speedy. I don't think there will be any more arrests, which obviously was wishful thinking on the part of the Adelsons. And the redirect also talked about the fact that the Adelsons seemed to be really planning a lengthy time away, and they were moving with urgency, and they intentionally chose Vietnam. So with that, the state rested its case. That is the end of the evidence presentation against Donna Adelson. Donna Adelson's team will start Tuesday morning presenting their side of the case. The state will have another go when they get to come up again and present anything that might rebut or what has been presented by the defense during its case. So we still have days left in the trial. We will be going live, gavel to gavel coverage of this trial. We've been doing it all week. We've been doing it throughout the trial, and we'll be starting again Tuesday morning when the trial goes live. So be sure to hit that like button, subscribe. We would love to have you back for more. Each night I'm also doing a recap so you can follow in shorter format if you prefer that. I will see you in the next video. But wait, for those of you still here, I'm still here. We'll cut the video there and then I'll talk to you. Thank you so much for following all along. I really appreciate your following all day long. Thank you, Kiki Cat. I appreciate your nice comment. Y'all have been so gracious to me all week as I learned a little bit about how to do this all day live coverage. It was new to me, and I appreciate your being with me all week. I see. Thank you to Mama Nina Cooks asking me why can they see their text if WhatsApp is encrypted. I can't really explain that. They did not explain how they had any of those, but I understood that one text that I read was actually from WhatsApp. I can't explain how they got it. I think WhatsApp is partially encrypted, but they sometimes can grab some information and sometimes can't. So, all right. Well, thank you, everybody. I will look forward to trial gavel to gavel coverage with you again on Tuesday. Be sure to subscribe so you'll know when we go live, turn notifications on, and I will see all of you on Tuesday. I'll probably do a live stream Monday night too, but court won't be in session because of the holiday. See you soon.